in practice failed. In Koboko, where was their gatekeeper, Anite? She was not there because the population decided to show that actually the support is for Bobiwine. And in West Nile actually was saying, Ale yellow ko, aga yellow si, ale Bobby e. You know, they were saying we don't want this yellow, you know, the yellow that kills people, the yellow that has totally divided us, the yellow that has brought illiteracy and division and hatred. We want Bobiwine who is uniting us. That song is very, it summarizes our position as Northern Uganda, our position as the Ugandans, that yes, NUP is here to unite everybody. Yes, NUP is here inclusively to make us celebrate our identity in terms of participation and governance as Ugandans and do it together. So I want to sum up by saying, even amidst this terrorist, militarized, monetized, exclusive brutalities that he is doing, even amidst the false swearing in and the false comfort that they are now in power, amidst all that, let us continue, each one of us, to be the hummingbird and a voice to encourage one another. Let's never post and multiply their propaganda. Do not, in your platforms, when something is not in our favor as NUP, when something's divisive, and I try to refrain so that you do not give people negative energy, because they are putting out a lot of propaganda out there. So and so is bought, Lina is bought, we're delivering her. Please do not. Our messaging specifically to these partners in the Western world is this: the narrative of Museveni has won is a lie, is a very, very brutal lie. Stop it. At least if you can't condemn it with us, keep quiet over it. Two, as the hummingbirds, the forest is really on fire. Uganda is bleeding. When the elephants, when the forest was burning, ran to the corner and kept quiet, the small bird said, no, we can actually put this fire off. The hummingbird kept on going with the music and bringing little water until the fire was put off and the elephants joined. So let us continue to be the hummingbirds. Let us continue to be resilient. Let us continue to be deliberate. Let us continue to be the one to pass the message. Let's not be always responding. No, let us be proactive. Let us be in charge. If this journey of reclaiming our victory is like a menu, these people want us to be on the menu, not at the table. They want to eat us. No, let's be at the table and decide the menu and decide who eats with us and in what way. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Alina, thank you for always being available to talk, speak with us, inspire us, give us context. And we've learned so much from your presentation and engagement today. You've challenged us to not take this to be an event of the day, but something that we can cultivate every day continuously until we get our regain Uganda in the way that we want it to be. So for this hour, I would like to close it, wind it down. We have several other speakers in waiting. I'm not sure how the transition happens. I don't know if the MC can give us maybe a transition, maybe a little short song to bring in the next speaker, and then I'll hand it off to our chief host, Mr. Afro-Balina. David, are you able to give us a little selection for a few seconds as we transition to the next hour?
David is not online, but we can do that. There's no problem about that. Thank you so much, Grace Chiboneka, and thank you so very much, Lina Zedriga. That was very, very, very good. Thank you so much. The power you bring in is amazing. Of course, we are kind of behind schedule because we have two speakers we will have to fix in the next hour. Dr. Helen Epstein is there. Oh, I'm so amazed to have you here. I have your book somewhere around the corner. I read it like twice. I have so many questions, but that will come later. Then Then of course we do have Nelson Dudley is also here. I don't know who I should give time first, but I think let's get some entertainment probably. Should we get someone to sing for us? Nelson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. No, not Nelson. I mean Nelson, the musician.
All right.
Okay. You have something. Maybe we should just get one little song, you know, just to warm us a bit, you know, stretch our legs. Nelson, please unmute yourself and give us just 2 minutes. Give us a song. Nelson, say what
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, my coordinator and the comrades at large. As you know, the fact is Uganda is breeding, and the musicians, today is the musicians day. I will just give you a small a cappella, as I'm not prepared with my guitar or other instruments. It goes like this. This one goes to the friends of Ugandans, meaning abroad. It goes like this. I remember my life out of Africa. I found there are many friends. They say to me, I'm so different of all. They say to me, I'm so simple and cool. They ask me about where I'm from. I was born in Uganda. I was born in Uganda, my land, my place to be. I was born in Africa. Mama, mama, mama Africa. Mama, mama, mama Africa. Let's pray for Africa.
Mommy.
Let's pray for Uganda. And I told them about Mama Uganda. I told them it's a good place to live. I told them it's with minerals and resources. I told them it's a peaceful land. I told them we have minerals and resources. Mama, mama, Mama Africa. Thank you very much. That is a small a cappella. It's mainly to our supporters in the diaspora, those who are non-Ugandans.
Thank you so much, Nelson. Now, you know, the thing is, we have 2 very interesting speakers, and they're supposed to come into different sections and hours, but they're now in 1 hour. So, Nelson, if you don't mind, can I have Helen go first? She will be brief. Just seeking a permission from you. Yeah, I know it's your hour. Nelson Dudley?
Yes.
Is it okay? I mean, ladies to go fast?
Sure, I can be fast and no problem. And thank you very much for having me here in this important moment in history for Uganda. I'm on behalf of all the Venezuelan people, and I will say from all Latin America, we support your quest for democracy, and trust me that you are not alone in this fight for free and fair elections. I'm here just to tell you that democracy is a fight worth fighting for. It takes time. It's not a sprint, it is a marathon. You will see with Belarus, Venezuela, Nicaragua, many countries across the world are fighting for democracy as you are doing at the same time. So this is a perfect time, perfect moment for history around the globe to unite in one block to stop authoritarians to continue their quest as they are trying to destabilize the world and to pretty much destroy what we know is the global rule-based order. We're now in that moment of history when we have to choose a path. Either we fight for democracy now across the globe, or we let authoritarians rule. So I'm here just to tell you, you are supported by many millions of people in many places across the globe that are watching you and are actually with you in this fight for democracy. I hope that I'm just one person here, but I hope that you get the message that no matter where we are with you, and don't stop fighting. Don't give up. It's the opposite. You are in the first start. It takes time, but you will win. Democracy will win. Uganda will win. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Nelson. But I think you need to introduce yourself. Like most people don't know who Nelson is. Maybe just briefly tell us about yourself so that we know.
Sure, I can tell you a little bit about myself. Very shortly, I can say that I'm the Special Advisor of European Affairs of the National Assembly of Venezuela, and I'm a human rights defender myself. I'm a professor of international law, and I'm here just as a Venezuelan, as a Latin American, as a global citizen, someone who is worried about what is happening to the Ugandan people, the brutality that we all across the globe had seen that is happening in Uganda. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one that is watching right now closely the situation. And the same as I put the example of Myanmar, Belarus, Venezuela, Nicaragua, even Cuba. There's so many places across the globe that are fighting for democracy, the same as you. So I think that what you have to see is the fact that the world is right now trying to find a path for democracy, and you're part of it. So after 35 years of dictatorship, now you will see that this movement that started with Bobiwine will actually end with democracy in Uganda. I'm sure about that. So please keep fighting. Don't stop what you're doing. Just encourage everyone across the globe to continue supporting Uganda. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Nelson. We are happy to have you here as family or as a fighter. I will just take just two. I have like 3 hands up. Just take 2 of you, 2 minutes each before Helen comes in. To Suvira Fred, just 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you very much. Comrades, good evening once again. Good morning, everywhere, whenever you are. My name is Tosubira Fred, based in Dubai. Please, we thank everyone who is raising up a voice, whether you're Ugandan or non-Ugandan, well-wisher. The situation in Uganda now, we need to analyze it everywhere. If people in our country cannot even come outside to enjoy their citizenship or their land, it's like we are slaves in our own country. Now, this has pushed us to even where we cannot move, that we must move. I'm urging every Ugandan that is outside Uganda right now to do what he or she can to see that our people are free. Because every day, kidnaps, tortures, death, and abductions are going through the whole country. Leave about these ones we are seeing on cameras. In villages, they're also there. I don't know what these people are looking for, but they are just trying to put some hatred in our hearts to feel like we are tired of our own country. What we can do is, let us do all possible means to fall all these departments that are concerned to fund this Museveni and his team. Please, at least we send our concern over them. If we can, if you can, we can play all our parts to see that these people are free. Because even if we are here and we say we are okay, even if we don't go to Uganda, but one time, one day, this is our country. All of us will need it. All of us were born in Uganda. Just we came here because our country is not having what we need. We studied, but at the end, we went to this place. So my friends, I want to thank everyone that is standing. Let us continue standing. I want to thank Mama Zadriga. I want to thank Nelson. I think we should follow these people on Twitter so that we push it to the end. Democracy will win, and I'm sure we shall win. We shall win. Let us not cease. Let us not stop. Soon, very soon, we're gonna win. I want to encourage everybody that rise up wherever you are, speak out. Let us use all the devices. We can use all cameras. Wherever you see a mistake, please bring it out. These are the things we need. Don't keep quiet because it is not on your door. So don't keep quiet and say, it doesn't concern me. My friend, I heard someone say, injustice everywhere. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. So it's a threat to justice everywhere. So let us, all of us, be concerned, whether you are what, whether you're what, we must all rise up. I've been seeing all these abductions through social media, where someone is being taken and a friend who is around is just looking at it as if they are taking someone. After they kill him and they start blaming the police. Please, we are all concerned of our citizens.
You have 30 seconds, Fred. Thank you.
Okay. Let us encourage, let us speak out. These people who are looking at the situation and they just keep quiet. They are making us too crying. You are seeing your friend is being taken. If we rise up all and say, no, where are you taking this person? Please, these people can stop. But when we are looking like this, it doesn't concern me. This must stop. Let us all rise up. Let us all speak. Let us all raise whatever we can to free our country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fred Sobira. Does anyone have any question to Nelson? I mean, those with their hands raised. Otherwise, I'll go to Helen, and then we'll get the hands later, unless you have a question directed to Nelson. Russ, I'll just take Russ. Just a minute, please. Use just 1 minute and tell us what you have to tell us, and then get the next speaker.
Hello?
Russ, unmute yourself. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
All right. This is Russ from Geneva. Just a quick question. I want to pick up the points that Tusubira made around the abductions. Yes, I know obviously this is a non-violent struggle and should remain that way. And history shows that, Martin Luther King and all other struggles were non-violence in the middle of intense provocation. However, we've seen, I think, 170 people were taken in one day. On another occasion, I think in Mbali, 20 people in broad daylight on camera, and so on and so on and so on. Now, this is a pattern. So I have just a question to Nelson and Helen in particular. From your experience, Nelson, obviously enforced disappearances against international law and the crimes against humanity. What more can be done to make sure that these abductions stop immediately? Because it seems as if that the more they're taking advantage of the constitutional path that people are taking. That's one question, Nelson. Then the other thing is to Helen is, yes, there were some sanctions, but they seem to be like a slap on the wrist in proportion to the magnitude of the crimes against humanity that are ongoing. Again, what more leverage can be done to ensure that the weight of the Magnitsky Act and the leverage that the US have on the government in Uganda is brought to bear so that these heinous crimes and these young men on the ground that are tortured and killed stops. And the last point I want to ask, it's a practical point, is Dr. Zedriga. I don't know if she's there. Are you able to at least tell us the numbers of the people right from November to present day and the names of all those who are either missing, who have lost their lives or tortured as a result of this? And please publish them. Thank you very much. You can send them to me in my chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ras. I think, Nelson, before you could answer that, maybe you get one more question, then you can answer them all on the fly. Hamis Taban, please unmute yourself. Just 1 minute. Make it short.
Hello. Hope
yes,
I'm being heard now. Oh, thanks, Mr. Host, and all the participants, and also a good thanks to Mrs. Zedriga. I'm called Hamis Taban, basing from South Africa. I think mine is not a question, is about inquiry. In South Africa, we have tried a lot of demonstrations, and we are giving in our petitions in strategic places. But it's quite a long time now. We are not hearing anything from the president. You know very well, the president of South Africa is the president of African Union. The man, as if he doesn't speak. And most of us, we are domestic. We would like to know how to follow up our petitions until this man, the president, speaks. Because for us, we see that it is our duty here, because here is where we are getting the president of AU. So I'm just asking on behalf of others, how could we do to follow up our petitions until to the president of African Union? Thanks so much. That was my inquiry. If anybody has got anything to say about it, please, we need that information, how to follow up our petitions. Thanks.
Thank you, Hamisi. Thank you, Hamis. Let me just take one last hand. Sorry, there are too many, but just a minute, please. Guys, just make it short, precise. We don't have so much time. And James William, we got 30 seconds. Unmute yourself, please. James William. Okay. Then we have go to. Oh, you're there. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Yes, introduce yourself. And
James William. I'm in Iowa. I'm a chapter leader here.
Okay.
That was just. I'm just trying to make a Facebook post. My Facebook page is very active. You know, some of us who normally who have been looking for visas at the U.S. Embassy, usually they had a picture of Joseph Kony and a picture of Osama bin Laden. So I'm trying to use these two pictures to ask, has the U.S. Embassy updated the pictures they ask people? Because when you go there, they ask you, do you know this person? Do you know this person? If you know this person, you know him as who? And that determines whether you'll get a visa or not. Because what is happening in Uganda, we expect the US Embassy now to have updated their pictures at the gate. That's just a simple comment I'm making. And I'm posting that on my Facebook page. I'm posting the picture of Osama bin Laden and Kony to remind the US Embassy what they used to ask us if we know them. Because
thank you very much.
The US has been fighting terrorism, and right now we have terror in Uganda.
Awesome. Thank you so much, William. We'll take on that. I think we should tweet on that. That should be the next. Joseph, I hope you got that. The last one is Andrew Tajaku. Please unmute yourself, Andrew. Then Nelson can answer your questions and we'll move on to Helen.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Andrew Tajakufuga. Tajakufuga is in reference to Museveni. He will not rule. And we're going to make sure of that. I wanted to ask Nelson. I see that you've made some favorable strides with the United States in relationship to your situation, but we are having an impeccable headache with the United States of America in relationship to the excuse of funding the Ugandan military to help and pacify Somalia. Effectively, that makes the Somalian lives more important than the Ugandan lives. And now, of late, if you follow the Twitter handle of the US Embassy in Uganda, you will feel so much pain because despite the fact that the targeted people in Uganda are mostly under the age of 20, 30, I mean, they are like 22, 21. The one that they buried today is 21. The US ambassador in Uganda, Miss Brown, is always treating other alternative young men as if they are doing something with the youth of Uganda. So they are picking the advantaged class of the youth who are, of course, with the government parents and parading a beautiful situation, which is not. So how can we get to unarmstrong the US out of Museveni's grip, like you have done?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Nelson, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for your questions. I will try to answer them as best I can. On the first one, what you can do. Keep vocal. I think that what is important for you is to keep the movement going. As you know, the world is right now struggling with so many conflicts. You have Myanmar, you have Belarus, you have Venezuela, you have the issue now with Israel and Palestine. There's so many issues happening in the world. So the international community is busy with so many issues. So yours needs to be more vocal, be more obvious for them to notice. It sounds a little bit terrible, but you need to make sure that they get your attention, which means that you need to have more campaigns like this one done in many places, like, from Brussels to Washington to London, just to name a few of places that you need to be constantly explaining the case of what is happening in Uganda, so you get that attention, as well as social media, and of course journalists that and human rights organizations that can pick up on the situation and be vocal about it and explain to the world what is happening. So that's what you could do. And in terms of individually, all of you can do is to address this issue directly to the International Criminal Court. As victims, you can always address the issue right there. There's an attorney general there, a prosecutor's office that receive all the evidence of all these crimes that are happening. And you have to document those crimes and send it there. So that's something that you could do. And also as individuals, you can always call the embassies of different countries, explain the situation, try to be as active as you can on social media as well. So those are things that you could do to keep this movement alive outside across the globe. On the other questions on the US and other countries, European Union, the Asian countries, and the African Union as well, I cannot address the issue of the US itself because I'm not a US official, or I don't know how what they're thinking. But what I can tell you from the experience of other countries, in the case, I could use the case of Myanmar or Belarus or even Venezuela, is that the issue of democracy is important right now for the US and the European Union, to name two. And the same thing for Canada and the UK. But it is important for these G7 countries, the issue of democracy. What I could suggest is that in the next G7 meeting happening in less than a month, you address their question there. You have to be vocal, be proactive in keeping the world, to draw the attention of the world to this struggle and to explain to them this is what is happening with the abductions, this is what is happening with political prisoners, because right now the world is in that pivotal moment when he has to decide if he goes to the autocracy. So I think it is important to keep the movement alive. I'm here to support you, but also to give you that sense of hope that you are not just alone in Uganda or Ugandans across the world, is that other movements across the world are watching you and supporting you and hoping that you also reach to democracy. So I commend all of you. I admire your movement, and I really I'm very hopeful that democracy will arrive to Uganda and democracy will win. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm halfway through my time. That was fast. Thank you so much, Nelson. Nice to have you here, exchange ideas with you, and we are happy to have you with us. We learn a lot from Venezuela, and I'm sure we'll overcome this. I mean, the good always win anyway. So thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce a very special person, Helen Epstein. I think I will call someone here. Is Tony, are you online? Tony's introduced me to the lady. He made me buy that book, Another Fine Mess. And the gentleman they wrote about actually was in my house. I hosted him. It's awesome. It's amazing. We are glad to have you here, Helen. Please unmute yourself and take over the floor.
Okay. Thanks so much for inviting me, everyone, and thanks so much for coming. It's really a pleasure to be here and to talk to you about a subject which I can't think of as any more important. I have a number of slides to show and a very brief set of remarks. So I hope you'll bear with me. Here we go. Great. So, great. I hope you can all see that, what I'm showing you. Okay, great. Can you guys see that, what I'm showing you, these slides? I hope so.
Yes,
great.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been writing about human rights in Africa's Great Lakes region for over 20 years, and I'm also the author of a book called Another Fine Mess, America, Uganda, and the War on Terror, which is on Amazon and not very expensive for those of you who are interested. And I also write for various other magazines, the New York Review of Books and The Nation. My background is in public health, actually. And for years, I worked on aid projects in Uganda and witnessed the free pass on corruption and human rights abuses granted Museveni's regime by successive US administrations. Here he is with everyone from Reagan all the way to Trump, actually. We don't have a photograph of him with Biden, thankfully. But he's been a sort of friend of many, many of our leaders over the years, both Democrats and Republicans. As you know, of course, Museveni seized power in 1986 and was sworn into his 6th presidential term on May 12th. And I don't use the word lightly when I say that the January 14th election resembled the rape of an entire country. First, the regime shut down the internet for more than a week around Election Day. Then security forces kidnapped and tortured opposition poll watchers, returning officers, and others, stormed into polling stations, dumped ballot boxes into latrines and replaced the ballots with fake ones, doctored electoral tally sheets, and so on. And then 3 days later, the Museveni-controlled Electoral Commission declared to no one's surprise that Museveni had won. A few days after that, Joe Biden was sworn in as our US president. And I think many of us were heartened when he and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, shown here, subsequently declared that defending human rights would be a mainstay of their foreign policy, even when the violators are US allies. After all, the United States is the largest donor to Museveni's regime, and the Pentagon's ties with the dictator, Museveni, are long-standing. Not only are US forces deployed at the behest of the Pentagon in Somalia and Iraq, but Uganda is also home to 3 US-funded military bases, where armed forces from all around the African continent are trained at US taxpayer expense. The pupils in these courses naturally include members of Uganda's own forces, including the notorious Chieftaincy of Military Intelligence, or CMI, which runs the torture chambers where countless opposition supporters have suffered beatings and worse. The CMI's victims include, of course, Member of Parliament Francis Zake, shown here after his recent treatment there, and also writer Kakwenza Rukera Bashaija, who was also tortured for his frank writings about the regime. So last May, meaning 1 year ago, the World Bank gave Museveni's government a $300 million loan to help it deal with COVID-19. Virtually all of this money was diverted into a secret military budget. And we can safely assume that at least some of this money was used to finance the grotesque human rights abuses perpetrated around the time of the election and that are still going on. The US is the World Bank's largest shareholder and could have prevented this, or at the very least, in the aftermath, ordered an audit. In fact, the New York City Bar Association wrote both to World Bank President David Malpass and to Delaware Senator Chris Coons about this, but received no response from either party. Now the World Bank's sister organization, the International Monetary Fund, of which the United States is also the largest shareholder, is about to funnel another loan to Uganda, this one worth nearly $1 billion. We can assume this money will also be used for more torture and killing if it goes through. Both the World Bank and IMF have safeguard programs specifying that loans cannot be given to countries where there is a significant risk that they will be misused. These safeguards are clearly being ignored in Uganda. And it's not as though our legislators aren't aware of what is going on. In March, two senators, Cory Booker and Jim Risch, one Democrat, one Republican, asked the State Department to review US foreign assistance to Museveni's regime to ensure that it is not aiding or abetting corruption or human rights abuses, and to place sanctions on those responsible for the above. By then, of course, lawyers, journalists, and activists had documented Museveni's abuses in extensive detail, and this information was made available to the State Department. But when Blinken's response came in April, it was crushing. The weakest possible sanctions, travel bans, were imposed on unspecified Ugandan officials. Their assets were not frozen, and there were no cuts to the Pentagon's abundant military aid to Museveni's regime. We don't even know who's on the visa ban list. So their identities are protected. For decades, the US has been Museveni's largest donor, granting his regime tens of billions of dollars in assistance. In exchange, Museveni has sold himself as the Pentagon's strongman in the fight against Islamist terrorism, first in Sudan and more recently in Somalia and Iraq. Museveni now appears to be preparing to send his forces into Congo. The excuse this time is to go after a militant group known as the ADF, that some believe is backed by the Islamic State. The ADF is brutal, but its main motivation seems to be to stop the Congolese military from attacking it, not to create a caliphate in Congo, which is a country that is only 2% Muslim. While communication links between the ADF and the Islamic State exist, evidence that the ADF receives actual financial and military support from the Islamic State is almost entirely based, or I think entirely based, on the testimony of witnesses in the custody of Uganda's own Chieftaincy of Military Intelligence. Now, this, in all likelihood, means that they have been bribed, threatened, or tortured, and their evidence is therefore almost certainly useless. In other words, there are no reasons for us to actually be going, to be supporting Uganda in going after these so-called, this group. And I personally don't believe that what's happening now and this sort of diplomacy would be happening if Uganda were not an African country. Echoing Edward Said's Orientalism, our fellow panelist today, Milton Alamati, a professor at John Jay College in New York, shows in his forthcoming book, Manufacturing Hate, How Africa Was Demonized in Western Media, that the idea that, that African people are primitive and incapable of governing themselves has helped foster the realpolitik that sees African lives as expendable, the rights of Africans as ignorable, and support for dictators as justifiable when weighed against Western military priorities that may seem important to some, but are in fact extremely reckless. Thank you very, very much for listening to that. I will now stop sharing. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Helen. Of course, I don't know whether I should take some questions now before we do anything further. Yeah, let them just take 2 questions. Is this okay, Helen?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'll start with iPhone. iPhone, unmute yourself. iPhone?
Yes, hello. My name is Fiona.
Hi.
Hello,
We
Helen.
can hear you.
I want to thank you so much. I've been, I had my hand up a little bit before you spoke, and it is very powerful. And the things you're saying, actually, they make very much sense, even to the common person as I am. The thing about it, as you said, where you left, would this happen if it was in an African country and African bodies? I think that we need to look at that a lot and give our power on that, because the thing about it is like this have been happening for a very long time. We know Uganda has a lot of resources, and that is why a lot of other countries are supporting evil person like Museveni and his family, because they know that he can't hold the force that they left when they left. So nobody needs to be there physically. They already have somebody who has the right color and the right power, and they just put money in him to give more atrocities. I really feel that in 2021, we should be moving towards togetherness. We should be moving towards a one world where we can go in and say, you know what, this is too much. We in the Western countries, we actually have the power to take off a man like Museveni. It would not take a lot. And to work with a person like Bobiwine, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who is the rightful president of Uganda. We should be focusing our power on working with him and how the government, the new, could secure the future of Uganda and Ugandans. It's not because the Africans or the Ugandans need so much. We don't, Ugandans don't need to be in this time right now at the level with Europe or America or let's say another country, but just equal fairness, human rights. So somebody can sleep at night. Right now, I'm talking to friends who haven't even slept for so long. Like if Museveni, if one of Museveni and his people don't get him, definitely the stress and the anxiety of living in a country where breathing is illegal will get him. So I just want to thank you so much for the power you're putting in this. I don't know what ancestor that is in you or whatever, but I feel your power, and thank you so much for everybody. People power. This is a protest. This is a new world. We need a new world, a new Uganda. It is not okay anymore to have a whole continent as just a cow, a milking cow, where human rights are not taken seriously. Because these pictures, when some of me and my friends, we went out to put these posters, we had a poster demonstration, we put some of these posters some places. There was people that was walking by and were like, what if kids saw these pictures? And we told them, you know what? There is kids living these pictures. Thank you very much. People power.
Yeah.
Our power. Thank you so much. Guys, if I take some more hands, please, I put the link to Helen's book in the chat room. Please get that book. It's so cheap, and trust me, you get to know why you're in the struggle. I've read that book. She has everything explained about Uganda, the West, and so on. Please read that book. Trust me, it's worth it. I'll take just 2 more hands. Nelson Sirwada, just 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Irene, you really gave us the information we wanted. And thank you, my chapter coordinator, for anticipating the struggle. As you know, we always spice the demo with some small music. So I wanted to play one song from Nubian Lee as we go on.
Yes, Nelson, but can you play that later? Just a little bit, just that we don't get trapped with time. Okay. Is it okay? I'll give you a slot later on.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you for understanding. I'll give you a slot, then you can. Russ, just 1 minute, please, and I'll take Florence on that bit. Yes, Russ.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Helen. I did ask a question in my previous, but you didn't get a chance to come to it, but I'll come back to it. You've clearly, you know, done a very systematic and very articulate collection of evidence, overwhelming evidence, I should say, which brings me to my question. And you've shown the pictures of the various presidents when most of us were somewhere unborn and some were very young. So the question is, why is the insistence on this specific Ugandan leader in terms of delivering the US interest? We understand, yes, they have interest, but why him in the face of such overwhelming crimes against humanity, especially now, especially in the last 6 months? Couldn't the argument be made that, look, yes, you have interest, but it is in your interests to actually make sure that a democratic Uganda is brought to bear, to fruition, and then your interests will be safeguarded. Why can't that argument go through? And what more can be done for some of you in the US to bring these, you know, for accountability to be made and for the US to change course? Thank you.
Should I answer that or wait for some more questions?
Let me just get one more. Let me get Florence, Olivia, and then. Yes, Florence, please unmute yourself.
Hi, Helen, thank you so much. It's really, my heart is so heavy after listening to that powerful message from you. I've come to my conclusion that the problem of Uganda is not Museveni. The problem of Uganda is USA and the World Bank, plus those big bodies which are funding Museveni to keep him in power. So my question is, what can we do? Do we need to continue to push for demonstrations at the World Bank, at IMF, even if it means to go every single day? Because this is where the problem is. If he's going to be funded all these trillions of money, that means that those are millions of Ugandans who are going to die for the sake of this extravagant money funded to somebody who has no sense of even the use of this money is for. So what do you think we should do? That's my question today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Helen, I think you can take on those.
Yeah, I think they're kind of similar questions. Why doesn't the US regime, as Ras asked, why can't an argument be made that a different president that the Ugandan people generally liked and who didn't torture them, why can't he carry out America's interests in the region? In fact, I'm sure that such arrangements could be made, because the U.S. has been also a supporter of good things, foreign aid, AIDS treatment, malaria tablets, and all sorts of good things in Uganda too. So there isn't necessarily any enmity there. So I don't really understand. I can't read the minds of U.S. Administration. I think the reason why they do this is because they can get away with it, because not enough people are complaining, not enough people are angry, not enough people are making a fuss. So Florence's suggestion of getting out there and protesting in front of the World Bank and IMF permanently, calling your senators wherever you live, even if you're in Europe and have whatever representation there you have, whoever your representatives are, call them every day, call them all the time. It doesn't take much time. Just say, stop supporting Museveni's dictatorial regime. Eventually, the point will get across. Try to find allies within your government, whoever they may be, whatever representatives they may be, senators, congressmen in the US, or if you're in Europe, parliamentarians, and so on, and support them and try to work with them and write to them all the time, call them all the time. There are all kinds of things that one can do, and also share whatever evidence you have with their various channels for reporting human rights abuses. When people go missing, when people are hurt or worse, make sure that the Ugandan community, which is documenting these abuses, knows, so that records can be kept and so that reports can be written. I think it's use every single means at your disposal.
Yes, very right. Thank you so much. I have 5 minutes of my time before I hand over, but I'll take on 3 hands. First, I'll take the Mukono Muganda. Mukono Muganda is raising your hand physically. That's how we call it. So, Michael, I'll take you on first, and then I'll give a minute each. We are 4 people, 1, 2, 3. So a minute each, then I'll be out of here. Thank you. Michael, unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you, Helen, very much for the facts that are outlined in your book. And I highly encourage people to get the book because it's ammunition and it will arm you with knowledge to present to people rather than people just saying that you're spouting propaganda from political opposition. You're dealing with facts and knowledge that have been researched. To add on to the question that was answered, this is a very complex geopolitical issue that has been developed for years and years and lifetimes. As an American citizen and as a student of history, America still has yet to apologize for the sin of slavery and refuses to do so because if it does, it knows that it will have a responsibility for reparations. In the case of Uganda, it will admit its culpability in what has happened in Uganda for supporting Museveni and other dictators, because if it does admit its involvement, it opens up a can of worms that could potentially destroy a nation. And when I say destroy a nation, I don't mean Uganda, I mean America. Because America, the can of worms that it opens is that there is a quid pro quo that says if America can come in and pillage the resources of the Great Lakes region, here's the deal with Museveni. Museveni has sacrificed his own people to die for America. Because we send Ugandan soldiers, we send Ugandan people who want a job to Iraq, to Afghanistan, to Somalia, to Yemen, to these proxy wars, to die for America, because Americans coming home dead as soldiers is bad PR for America. So in place of American soldiers, we send Ugandan mercenaries to fight our battles. That's disgusting. That is disgusting and shameful. And the people who have power in America know these facts. You will not tell them anything that is new. Bob Menendez knows this. The President of America knows this. Secretary Blinken knows this. And if they admit it, they admit that they have committed crimes against humanity. And the ICC will have no other choice but to prosecute them. So they will not take action. So we will have to take other courses. We will have to shame them into stepping down, into changing their policies. If they want to take the high road and they don't want to admit their fault, then they will find a path to save their own rear ends. But we have to put the pressure on them. People power has to put the pressure on them to back down and to cease and desist these activities, these heinous activities that have nothing more to do with greed and the love of money. And that's what this is rooted in. There are billions of dollars to be made by partnering and collaborating with brutal people all around the world. My friends in Uganda, my friends in Africa say, yes, there's death, there's bloodshed here. But do you know that there is not one weapons factory on the continent of Africa? Where do you think those weapons come from? It is a multi-billion-dollar industry to send weapons of death into the hands of Africans. And people have no conscience about doing that because it earns them so much money. So this is where people power steps in, and we shame these people. We shame these people for their silence, for their complicity, for their inaction, because these people are not ignorant about these facts. They are not ignorant. So people power.
Our power. Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'll let you. I thank you, Helen, also for your input in this. It's very amazing the things you shared with us and the information you keep giving through your books and articles and everything. Thank you so much. We appreciate. I'll be handing over soon, but I think Dorcas, are you there? Dorcas? Okay. So our next host, yeah, Dorcas, come in, just say what. You've been hiding, you do a lot of background work there. Come on, unmute yourself. Any updates? What's going on? How is the demonstration in Rotterdam? Do you have any news?
Oh, hi, comrade. I was actually about to ask if you're going to spotlight them now. Maybe we could get Hadija on.
Yeah, but they're silent. I don't see any, they have no picture.
Yes, so as you get them, I'll just remind the audience, we are actually, the reason why we're protesting today, we are trying to raise our voices to the EU, the UK, and the world at large to stop funding dictator Museveni, because their funds actually fuel a murderous regime, and this regime is just terrorizing Uganda. So Ugandans are terrorized. So all the friends and international community that have tuned in and are not aware of what is taking place, we are here protesting, saying we need love, we need freedom. We don't really want that money, because that money only benefits Museveni and his friends or family. Ugandans don't benefit. We don't have infrastructure, We don't have even the basic facilities in hospital. We don't even have a Panadol or paracetamol, if you may say. So we don't, the funds that the EU give Museveni is not, it doesn't, it's not developmental for us. So we are crying out today, and people are in the Rotterdam grounds at the Eurovision protesting, saying to the EU countries they have the liberty to sing, but our musicians are in jail. Nubian Lee is locked up, Dan Magic, all the musicians that were on Bobiwine's campaign trail, they're still in jail. They haven't been given the chance to even a fair trial. They haven't committed any crime. They didn't have any guns. So that's why we are here raising our voices and saying the world should stand with Uganda. We need democracy. We need human rights in Uganda. So we're going to spotlight, we're going to show you a bit of what is happening in Rotterdam. I don't know, comrade, if you've got Hadija.
No, I'm trying to find Hadija. So as we look for that, our next moderator, I think, is Keith Lukwago. Maybe he should get ready as we...
Yes, so thank
you.
you.
Host, can you please make Keith a co-host? So I failed to get Khadija, but yes, we can continue. Maybe we take a few hands as we wait for the next. Paul, Paul, please unmute yourself. Oh, where did he go? Okay, Fatu's iPhone. Fatu's iPhone, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. My question is for Ellen. I just want to thank Ellen so much for everything that he has done over 20 years for Uganda. I just wanted to know, did she feel some sign of relief that this is now in the hands of the youth all over the world in Uganda, and all the Ugandan people are playing more role now into this dictator's life? I don't know if this is the biggest that Ellen has seen it since she's been following this for the past 20 years. I'm a friend of Uganda, but I just started following it since Bobiwine. But maybe Ellen, you have seen more. Therefore, ever follow it this big, or this is the biggest you've seen it so far?
Yeah, definitely. The movement has grown enormously since with Bobiwine as the leader of it, and since he has really come to the fore. I think part of that is because of the publicity around the torture. I think there was a lot of torture and abuse of the opposition, which was well known inside Uganda for and in diplomatic circles before that, but it never got much play because Museveni was not well known. His name is kind of always kept in the background in the Western media. Never really covered Uganda much. They cover Rwanda, they cover Uganda, they cover Rwanda, Congo, Kenya, and so on. But Uganda was kind of always thought to be a sort of oasis of stability, and so people just really didn't report on it much. And you know, it was really because Bobiwine has a following all over the world through his music. The abuses inside the country began to get more attention after that, and that galvanized also the diaspora, which was great. And there has been a growth in the movement, and we're just hoping that people don't get discouraged, because change, of course, doesn't happen overnight. You really have to fight for it. So keep it up.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ellen.
Yes.
We will keep fighting. We will never stop. This is a movement for life. Until Uganda is free, we will not go back in the darkness. The people power is our power.
Exactly.
Uganda must be free.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fatu.
I hear you. have gone silent. I think you're muted, possibly. Are you?
Tony, you can talk. Unmute yourself. Tony?
Yeah, just a moment here. So thank you very much, Helen, for your presentation.
Pleasure.
This is Tony Makayu here in Berlin.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. I would have two questions where I would want you to give a kind of insight. One, after all this engagement with Bobiwine and so on and so forth, I came to learn that the response we get from different actors is that governments deal with governments. So you can speak about human rights, you can speak about so many people dying, but then the different international actors, especially Western actors, would tell us that there are proper channels to address that through the Universal Periodical Review, through the Human Rights Council in Geneva, and by us or by we bringing this up through other activist channels is very good. It's sexy, but does not make impact. So how do we make sure that this makes impact in the long run? Because of course, people keep dying.
Yeah.
Question number two, or point number two, I would want you to give a kind of insight to the attendants or participants. I am reading two books, which I'm very sure you know. One is In Praise of Blood.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is Do Not Disturb.
Mm-hmm.
You know these books because you've given review about them, and they're about Rwanda. And as myself and you will agree, we can see a systemic genocide taking place in Uganda on particular tribes. It's taken place in northern Uganda. And when opposition extends to central Uganda, the genocide can take place in central Uganda in a different form.
Mm.
How do we make the world aware that this is very dangerous for the country because it expands conflict? And how do we try to make the world aware and stop this ahead of time? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, these are related questions and terribly, terribly important questions. And it's something also that I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to talk about. I mean, I think one of the things that when I have written about Rwanda is the thing that really strikes me about the situation there is that much of what is the sort of, you know, the story is very much interpreted in different ways by different people.
Yeah.
And even when the facts are agreed upon, exactly the chain of events and, you know, how A followed B and so on, or B followed A,
yeah.
There are differences in view. And I think that, you know, this has led to a, you know, a similar support for a dictator in Rwanda that we see in Uganda, because there's a sort of accepted narrative of what happened in Rwanda, but it isn't quite right. And what's happened as a result of understanding the wrong narrative is that the international community has gotten behind a rather vicious leader there. And ditto, Uganda, a misunderstanding of the facts, the realities of what happened. And this is why documentation of every single abuse that's witnessed with, you know, we now have, which we didn't have during the Rwanda period, the civil war that led up to the genocide. We now have videos, we now have cell phone cameras, everybody has one. And it's much, much easier to document abuses by the state than it used to be. So all of this, you know, it's, all of this is absolutely crucial. And Ugandans have been great at supplying this information, but they need to keep doing it. We need more testimonies from people who have suffered at the hands of the regime. We need more names, dates, places, all of that kind of stuff. And it seems, you know, what, you know, a lot of people think, what good will it do? Let's just make a big statement. But you can't make a big statement unless you have that detailed information. So documentation is absolutely crucial. And you could even get help from Amnesty International. They can teach you how to do it. And if anyone wants, get in touch with me and I can try to put you in touch with them and they can teach you how to do this kind of thing. Because then you're able to, and of course the UN has been alerted to the situation in Uganda and people have done everything that they can. The needle hasn't moved yet, but I strongly believe it eventually will if people keep on documenting abuses, sharing information, and complaining.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much, Helen. Let's go just a little bit to the ground and see what those guys have to tell us, the demonstrators. Unmute yourself, Mama.
Music. Hello.
Yes, tell us what's going on. How is everything?
I'm going to talk. Hello?
What's your room? Mom.
Yes, hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, we are not hearing anything. Nico? Hello?
Let me see. Volume. It's on.
But we cannot hear anything.
Yes, hello. We can't hear you. You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Hello? You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can also hear you now. I just wanted to read for you some of the names. Yes, we are still here at the protest and the weather is really bad. We are planning to leave earlier than we planned. So I'll just like to read for you some of the names of the comrades we have here. Of course, I think they are not all, but some of the names we have written on this poster. The ones I told you about earlier, the one that has a picture of Nubian Lee and Dan Margin. The one of Open Up for Ugandan political prisoners. They are abused, tortured, raped with financial and military support by USA, Israel, UK, France, Germany, Holland, and EU. So some of the names we have here, I don't know if you'll be able to see them, but I'm going to be reading them for you. We have Nubian Lee, we have Dan Magic, we have Edward Sebufu, commonly known as Eddie Mutwe. We have Hadija Naluvega, we have Joy Namuyimba, we have James Mubiru, we have Monica Tushemelire, we have Oliver Lutaya, we have Nabuke Lati, we have Maria Tracy Nachimuli, we have Natasha Nakalema, we have Charles Mpaji, we have Patrick Nseleko, we have Muhsin Kakande, we have John Bosco Sande, we have John Luchamzi, we have Regan Lule, we have Ivan Chigundu, we have William Muteba, we have Faizo Chigongo, we have Musa Mulimida, we have Bashir Mulisa, we have Abubakar Lisubuga, we have Nelson Diasima, we have Sam Mutumba, Sam Mutumba, yes. We have Richard Kalema, we have Julius Mwanje, we have Muzafalu Mwanga, we have Ismail Kadunyanzi, we have Stanley Kafko, we have Achileo Chivumbi, we have Godfrey Onzima, we have Anthony Agaba, we have Robert Chivumbi, we have Bonnie Obicho, we have Samson Sebiranda, we have Shakira Nambozo, we have Sulait Bukenya, we have Deo Mugambe, we have Rollins Serwanja, we have Henry Martin Sechiswa, we have Richard Intambi, we have Vincent Chigo, we have Godfrey, Geoffrey Sempija, we have Abdallah Kauchi, we have Ismail Mugaga, we have Ivan Mumiru, we have, oh my God, we have Samuel Matovu, comrades. These are all comrades in prison, and there are more. We have Ibrahim Tamale, we have Kazore Elijah Bikubi, we have Mutwali Bisempija, we have Hussein Mukisa, we have Brian Semanda, we have Hassan Katumba, we have Sharif Naja, and Sharif Naja is the president's personal assistant. We have Sam Okanya, we have Ibrahim Kiza, we have Enos Tuhame, we have Sam Senyimba, we have John Kavengwa, we have Charles Mumbele Marilo, we have Peter Sentuma, we have Peter Chiwanuka, we have Robert Katumba, we have Enoch Muwonge, we have Fred Musoke, we have Hajara Khalid Nachinda, we have Rachel Akik, we have Safina Nansove, we have Jamila Kalyango Mwanje, we have Rihanna Kemigisha, we have Shamira Namkalu, we have Lemeka Sentamu, we have Raki Swaliki Zafa Segirinya, we have Fade Kalunji, we have Chris Zali, we have Kennedy Chalimpa, we have Robinson Intambi Mudde, we have Lukman Kampala Mijuche, we have Hassan Kasaga, we have Muhammadin Subga, we have William Subga, we have Adam Matavu, we have Muhammad Mgera, we have Patrick Muwanula, we have Henry Selum Kuma, we have Abdallah Katumba, we have Hajara Karidi, we have Tumsime, Rachel Akiki, we have Kalyango Jamila Namwanje, we have Dema Gisha, we have Hassan Samakula, we have Ivan Bukenya, we have Jason Katende, we have Dorothy Nalumansi, we have Katende Madi, we have John Miro, we have Nabiru, I think it's Nabiru Muchiri, we have Fahad Tamale, we have Yes Chumacham, come on, Chage is out, I think. We have Godfrey Mugalia, we have Geoffrey Mugalia, we have Bosa Musa, we have Juliet Nakaiza, we have Sasha Musagala, we have Kalyango Beka, we have Joyce Namuyimba, we have Abdul Muhammad Kawoya, we have Fatuma Nambiru, we have Ashraf Rupago, we have Rollins Chiriowa, we have Martin Tambi, we have Said Yeka, we have DK Ratib Edid, we have Juma Terra, we have Cholima Jurugo, we have Innocent Nyanda, we have Yasin Waswa, we have Yasin Waswa Kaiwoya, we have Ronnie Sekabila, we have Hakim Sumuga, we have Innocent Mayombo, we have Nur Abdul Kabuya, we have Gaddafi Mugumia, we have Fred Munyakwa, we have Paul Kafelo, we have Ramadan Kavenge, we have Muhammad Shaze, we have Stephen Selunjaji, we have Kakuru Muwonge, we have Sharon Mutesi, Derek Okelo, Alex Kaiwa, Martin Mugambe, and those are some of the comrades we had. We got to put on the post, but there are so many we don't know who's where they are. We cannot trust them. So it is a pity that we have this big number of comrades being out there in prison because they just expressed their, they expressed their victory and their support for our president. So as I earlier told you, we are planning to wrap up because the weather is not good at all. We'd like to sign out if it's okay, unless you have questions for us.
Oh, thank you so much for braving the bad weather for the cause. People power,
Our power.
Our power.
People power.
You're moving the dictator. Thank you so much for the updates, and you guys, you're doing a good job. We can't thank you. Let's just give this for a round of applause, please. Just clap your hands wherever you are. They're doing a good, they are representing us. We could make it. They're there for us. Thank you so much. So I'll sign out, and Keith will take over.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, keep with us for the time being. Keith, please come take over. And I'm going to put the slides in the chat room. their PDF, so you guys can get them from there. Dr. Helen Epstein was showing us. I'll put some of them in the chat room, or put your email address there and I'll forward them to you if you're really interested in getting them. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Keith, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Afro Balaina. Thank you very much, everybody who has committed to this struggle since the day our comrades in Amsterdam, in Rotterdam, in Netherlands, and everybody of you who has made the time to participate in today's peaceful demonstration and showing the world that something is not well back home in Uganda. So thanks very much, comrades. And also many thanks for the previous speakers. Thanks very much, Helen. That was a very insightful information. We've learned a lot and we're gonna take heed of the advice that you have given us. Now at this time, we are a little bit late. We are gonna have a very fine gentleman who is very much involved in activism for human rights, for the Black community, and also for the general peace across the world. Please help me now to welcome our next guest, Mr. Milton Alimadi, who is gonna also introduce himself and also talk to us. Milton, please, the floor is yours.
I can't unmute myself.
Now you can. You're co-host now. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
It's okay. Welcome, sisters and brothers. Welcome, fellow Ugandans. Welcome, friends of Ugandans. Thanks for that introduction. Many of you know I publish Black Star News, which is found on blackstarnews.com. And I want to say from the get-go that the publication is meant to be for all of us. If anybody has any interesting, well-documented story of anything that impacts Ugandans, please contact me. If you go to the website, blackstarnews.com, my email address is there. So people can get a hold of me and provide me with this information. I also teach African history as an adjunct professor at John Jay College here in New York City. I also host a weekly radio show on WBAI 99.5 FM radio. And I often invite guests to discuss Uganda as well. So if any of you also know of Ugandans, wherever they are or in Uganda, who have compelling stories to tell and to let the world know, also let me know about that. So I just wanted to get these out of the way before I make my comments. One of the audience members asked my good friend, Dr. Helen Epstein, if she has seen a difference in terms of participation of Ugandans in many of these activist activities. And I also, in addition to saying welcome, Helen, I also want to welcome another good American friend, Michael Kirkpatrick, because the more Americans we have involved in exposing Museveni's regime of corruption and tyranny and lies, the more effective we can become. So to also answer the question that was addressed to Helen, the answer is overwhelmingly yes, of course. Now we have protests going on in different cities around the world to expose Museveni's illegal regime. A couple of people were upset the other day when he so-called swore himself in as president. And to those people, I say, there's no reason to be upset. If somebody is a thief, and then he holds up the Bible and swears himself, does that mean he's no longer a thief? It means he's even a bigger thief, a hypocrite. And that is the case with General Museveni. So that so-called swearing in should have had zero impact on any one of you. So please, I urge you, do not despair. Do not think he's going to cloak himself in legitimacy because he had a Bible in his hand. He had a so-called Chief Justice, and he had some guests from around the world. And first of all, did you notice the people that showed up to the swearing in? You had people like Salva Kiir, whose hands are dripping with blood from the people of South Sudan. Is that really something that you should hold up in esteem? Of course not. So he had some of the most unsavory characters at the swearing-in event. But forget that, the ceremony itself, disregard that. Was General Museveni more legitimate the day after the swearing-in than the day before the swearing-in? The answer is, of course, not. So do not let Museveni's gimmicks and tricks demoralize you. So that's why I'm very confident and happy when I see Ugandans engaged in online protest and in physical protest. And the protests work 100%. One of the audience members, I think it was Tony, posed a question and said, we are often told that these activist activities don't have impact. We should deal with governmental to governmental channels. I beg to differ with that assessment. If it had no impact, General Museveni would not be stealing Uganda taxpayer money to pay a public relations firm $600,000 to lie to the world that things are normal in Uganda. How can things be normal when people are kidnapped in broad daylight in the streets and taken away to be tortured or to be killed, or kidnapped at their home in front of their family and parents, taken away? You just heard the names read to us by the good sisters and brothers at the protest. That was only a partial list. The thing is, these lies have now been exposed because of the good work of Ugandans such as yourself. The kidnapping, torture, and killing, which some of the corporate media had tried to hide, has now been covered and documented in the New York Times, in the Washington Post, the Guardian, Al Jazeera, the BBC, and Reuters. So no one can pretend that they are no longer aware of the crimes being carried out on a daily basis by this illegitimate military regime in Uganda. So in fact, rather than despair, you should be more motivated because you see that your activism are yielding dividends. You should press even much harder. On April the 16th, the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, issued a statement. Some people did not think the statement went far enough, but I'm of the position that it went further than any other past statements issued by the United States administration. And people should not forget the most significant things that he said. He said the elections were neither free nor fair. So Museveni can hold 10 Bibles in his hands and it would not make him any more legitimate. Why is it important that the United States made that statement? It is important for us as Ugandans because without the support, financial and military of the United States, the Museveni regime would not survive. Museveni gets up to almost $1 billion in US financial and military support annually, every year. So now when you have the Secretary of State of the country that gives him virtually more than half of the support he needs to survive, saying the elections were neither free nor fair, it means we should continue conducting ourselves toward the Museveni regime as we've been doing before, that he's not the legal president of Uganda. And that in fact, Bobiwine is much more legitimate than General Yoweri Museveni. In addition to making that statement, the US has now placed some travel restrictions on Ugandan officials. We don't know whether they're military, we don't know whether they're political, we don't even know how effective it will be. But as I said before, we've never had this kind of statement from the US. Now the ball, as Americans like saying, the ball is in our court. We have to press them further. We have to go back to them now and say, listen, now that you've come to the same position that we have, that Museveni is not the legitimate president of Uganda, because of course he cannot be legitimate if the elections were neither free nor fair. So now that you've recognized he's not the legitimate president of Uganda, why are you still funneling almost $1 billion in support through his administration? Should you not be dealing with other players if you still want to send that support to Ugandans? Bobiwine, it is clear, won the elections. How can you not include him in any conversation dealing with Uganda going forward? Number two, since his crimes against Ugandans is now well documented, why are you still sending military weapons to General Museveni? You know the weapons are not used to defend Uganda against foreign invasion. The weapons are used either to kill Ugandans or to kill our neighboring countries, citizens in our neighboring countries. Museveni has never defended Uganda against an outside invasion. Museveni invaded Rwanda in 1990, and the conflict there precipitated and sparked the genocide of 1994. Without invading Rwanda in 1990, 1994 never would have happened. Museveni invaded Congo, unleashed several wars in the Congo, estimated more than 6 million Congolese have died. Museveni invaded South Sudan. This newly independent country was not even given an opportunity to stand up on its own feet and walk. And why does he do this? Because Museveni wants to set fire in the neighboring countries so that when you look at Uganda, you see that, oh, things are not that bad in Uganda. And how cynical is he? After setting fire to South Sudan, he then says, oh, look how good I am. I am hosting 1 million refugees from South Sudan. When in fact, they would not be in Uganda had Museveni not set fire in South Sudan. So we must press the US and say, no, you can't send him any weapons. We must press the EU countries and say, no, no dealing with his military, no dealing with his police forces. We must press the British in the same manner. You cannot give him arms because he has a proven track record of using the weapons to kill unarmed civilians. Now, let me make this other a key point. Museveni cannot survive without the foreign actors that help him survive. And significant in that is the financing that he also gets from the World Bank and the IMF. $300 million loan to Uganda last year. We objected because we knew what was going to happen, the money from the World Bank. Now it's been reported that money was diverted to some secret classified account, meaning the money could have been diverted to the armed forces, which is used to carry out the atrocities that we are now seeing in Uganda. Now the government of General Museveni has asked for another $900 million from the World Bank. That is a major campaign we need to launch, and to make sure that Museveni does not get $900 million to steal some part of it and to use the rest of it to empower his armed forces in order to carry out the atrocities being committed. So I submit that that is the next key campaign we need to keep our eyes on. The oil. Recently, we had some good news. We had some good news when it was reported that 3 major French banks have withdrawn from the $2.4 billion financing needed to build the oil pipeline from Uganda to Tanzania and into the ports. That was a good sign. They have some doubts about the viability, whether it's environmental, whether it's political, it doesn't matter to us. They had some doubts. So now our key task is to identify all the other major banks that might consider being a part of this project. And we should also campaign and make it known to them by sending them the information about the atrocities being carried out by this regime, and the fact that this regime is illegitimate, and the fact that the United States Secretary of State said the elections were neither free nor fair. So we should also press the other potential lending organizations that they should not provide money for this oil pipeline. Another point I want to make, the report produced by Dr. Nico and his colleagues, the U-Vote report on this phony so-called election in Uganda, very well documented. It also has very well documented cases of human rights abuses. I think this report, we should do a number of things with it. We should make sure that we get an opportunity to present it to the European Parliament. If we cannot access that opportunity, we should contact several of the members of Parliament who during the debate on April 11 were very strong in the language they used to denounce General Museveni and the election theft and the atrocities carried out before, during, and after the elections. I think if we contact them, they might be in a position to host us, maybe for a private presentation of that report. We should similarly contact the British Parliament. If we can find sympathetic members of Parliament, they might also be able to allow us to present this comprehensive U-Vote report. We should also contact the United States Congress. And if we can also get sympathetic members, they might also allow us to present this U-Vote report, which is very critical, which is very important, and needs to be much more widely disseminated. Finally, we should prepare a strong press release using the information from the U-Vote report and hold a press conference. Some of them we can do micro, in-person press conferences, depending on what part of the world you are, where things maybe are opening up. But we should also do a virtual press conference where we invite some members of the media after we've presented them with a summary of the report and the actual report themselves, and allow them to ask questions and allow this to generate some new stories going forward. These are the main types of activities that I think we can carry out. But the underlying message I want to present here today is that do not despair. In other words, the regime is on the defensive. You don't pay a public relations firm $600,000 for no reason. And the public relations firm saw the turnout of Ugandans who went to protest in front of their offices in Washington, D.C., Mercury. And now, just this week, it's now being announced that the person at Mercury who was dedicated to handle the Uganda account has now been withdrawn from that account. They took a look at the protest, and obviously they took a look at the regime of lies, committing atrocities that they were supposed to change the narrative to the American public. And they probably saw that as a difficult challenge. I understand that Mercury in the United Kingdom is still doing public relations for Museveni. So I urge sisters and brothers in the United Kingdom and globally to press and protest against Mercury in the United Kingdom. And even from overseas here in the United States, we can join you in a virtual protest if you design something specifically directed toward Mercury. And then finally, I want to encourage sisters and brothers, wherever you are, wherever there's a Ugandan embassy, protest. If you can do it every week, good. If you can do it at least once a month, good. In other words, we want to make it very difficult for this so-called government-to-government business to continue in Uganda and to pretend that General Museveni is not operating a genocidal regime in Uganda. We will not allow that to happen anymore. Enough is enough is enough. Thank you, sisters and brothers. Continue the struggle, continue the resistance. Those of us of another generation, we are very elated. We're very happy when we see young people coming out to protest. It means sooner or later, the General Museveni's regime in Uganda will come to an end. Thank you, sisters and brothers.
Thank you very much, Milton. That was really, really insightful, and I couldn't agree more. The points laid out spot on, and I want to thank you very much. Before we start with the questions from the audience, allow me to also say one thing I really, really took away and spoke to my heart as well, that we should not lose hope. We should continue, we should push. And the mere fact that the US state declared that the elections were not free and fair,
right,
meaning the presidency is illegitimate. I think that is unprecedented in the past elections we had in Uganda. So yes, it is indeed something that we should also capitalize on.
Yes.
The other thing, you mentioned that you work on a radio station, or you broadcast, and you offered us if we have something we want to air out on the grievances going on and so on. So I think that is very, very much appreciated. And everybody listening in and our chapter leaders, please take note of that. We should spread out the message to the whole world. I got two questions, Milton, if you allow me.
Of course.
My first question is, I think Tony alluded to also in the previous discussion, how it is, how we've been told to at least do government to government kind of push, but where it is intergovernment dialogue and so on is very lengthy, very diplomatic, and getting results is almost impossible. But there are some political, say, theories that say governments work from pressure from the citizenry. Let's say I live in Germany, so let's say the German executive will work if they feel the pressure from their voters, from their citizens.
Yes.
My question is, how do we put this struggle into the citizens in these Western countries, so that they so that this goes into the agenda of any political elections or national elections, so that if we are going into an election in Germany, that at least all candidates even know and are having as part of their electoral manifesto something to do with Uganda. Then you can kind of when we as activists speak to the executive, they will listen to us, because then they feel the pressure from their own voters. That was my first question. The second question is on the financing and aid in whatever form that is going to Uganda. So from the US, from EU and other Western countries, say Europe. My question is, we saw that in Zimbabwe over the last periods of Mugabe, whereby then it, if we can borrow from what happened there, that whereas the Western countries cut him off, he kind of found another channel in Asia. How do we at least make sure that we can avoid that, so that maybe it can be a coordinated effort from the Western countries and Asian countries, that when we decide to cut off his aid, it's global across? Yeah, those were my questions. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let me tackle maybe the second one first. Yes, it's true that the late President Mugabe reached out to the Asian countries, but it was still very difficult. And as you know, Zimbabwe's economy is in a very precarious condition up to date. Personally, I don't advocate for blanket sanctions against any African country. I think the sanctions on Zimbabwe was overly retributive and very destructive, and it did not accomplish the goal which it was intended to accomplish, rather than destroying the Zimbabwe economy. But I think if you fashion sanctions that directly target the key political and military actors that are carrying out these atrocities and operating illegitimate regimes, I think it would inspire change. I think if it's done too destructively, that everybody is being punished, whether the regime members, whether the government, then the regime can make that argument that, see, they're attacking all of us, and try to mobilize people to say, oh, they don't have an agenda just to punish the regime, but they have their agenda to punish the entire country. So I favor sanctions that target the regime players. We know in many cases where they've hidden their money. Seize those accounts. Seize those accounts and the accounts of people that work closely with them. Make it very difficult for them to operate business as usual, and the key military officers as well. So that now you're creating a situation that might encourage people in the armed services to side with the people in Uganda. And that's what we need. And that's actually one point that I wanted to add. You know, we write these in our narratives and our posters, the flyers that we make. I like everything we've been doing so far. You know, no support for dictator Museveni, release political prisoners, stop the killings. We have all those flyers. But we should also start making flyers now that appeal to members of the armed forces and to remind them, the people you're killing are your sisters and brothers, are your parents. And we may not see change overnight, but they cannot ignore these kind of messages, because I'm sure some of them think about it too. I did not join the police force in order to kill unarmed civilians. No. I did not join the army and get military training in order to kill unarmed Ugandan civilians. I'm sure there are quite a few that don't like this. So we have to start communicating the messages to them as well. But you also raised a very good point. In terms of China, for example, you know, China is now a very big player throughout Africa and in Uganda. So if we are conducting protests to Western establishments, Western embassies, we should start doing protests in front of the Chinese embassies and Chinese establishments as well. You know, there are many Chinese doing business in Zambia. And at one stage, they were much more welcome than they are today, because in many instances, they were abusing the hospitality of Zambians. So Zambians have started protesting in front of Chinese establishments. So we should not treat China any different from we treat Western establishments. If we have issues, arguments, disagreements with Western establishments, if we protest against them, we should do the same against China and not make it easy for the regime to find other sources in order to sustain them. And then in terms of getting the narrative in the local agenda, I think you need partners. And that's why in the beginning, remember I said, I welcome and thank the involvement of our American friends, Dr. Helen Epstein and Michael Kirkpatrick. It's very important to get German citizens involved if you're in Germany. So that means you have to find the ones that seem inclined toward being interested in African issues. Maybe they're activists, maybe they have social activist organizations, maybe they are progressive politicians. So get in touch with them. And once you have their attention, provide them with information, educate them, and then find even local media outlets, whether it's a local radio station, a local TV station, a local newspaper, because nowadays it doesn't matter the size of the publication. Once it's published and it goes online, it can go viral. So more and more Germans start to get educated about what's going on in Uganda and the role that the EU, by supporting Museveni, is playing in allowing these atrocities to be carried forth. And that's how you build up. In United Kingdom, there was a member of parliament, Paul Williams, Dr. Paul Williams, who was very friendly to Uganda. He was very friendly because Ugandans in the United Kingdom engaged him. They educated him on what was going on in Uganda. He became a very big advocate. And once you get him, that one person, he brought other members of parliament in the United Kingdom on board. He was so supportive of the liberation struggle in Uganda, he hosted a special session in the House of Commons just to discuss the atrocities going on in Uganda. In fact, it's live, it's still on the website of the House of Commons. If people look it up, they can see that entire debate where you have British members of parliament denouncing the atrocities going on in Uganda. And that is how you build it up.
Thank you very much, Milton. Really, thanks very much. Let me open the floor now to the general public. Maybe I take ladies first. Margaret, can you unmute yourself and talk to us?
Hi, comrades.
Hello.
My name is Margaret
Hi,
Sechinove, and I'm one of the executive members, People Power, NUP UK chapter. My contribution is we have made it clear that Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, known as Bobiwine, is the legitimate president of Uganda. Ugandans have made that very clear. So I would think that anyone lending money to Ugandans with Museveni's signature does so at his own risk. Ugandans would not be willing to pay that debt when it's been signed by someone who is not legitimate. Thank you.
I agree with you. I think, obviously, we need to remind them about that. I know several weeks ago, when we had a protest in DC, and the turnout was very good, and one of the buildings that we protested outside was the World Bank headquarters. And I think they need another reminder. And it has to be constantly, and they need to do it digitally as well, because of course, not everybody can make it to the physical protest in front of the World Bank. But I agree with your sentiment totally.
Thank you. Take question from Olive. Olive, could you unmute yourself and give us your question or comment, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Olive.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to just to bring up a suggestion. Like a group of us in Washington, DC area, we've been getting together every evening to tweet and to bring up ideas together so we can throw the information all around to these people, either in power or, for example, people that are helping Museveni, like Mercury. So my suggestion is, if you think that what you're doing is not helping, whatever we're doing now is helping. Because I think if this wasn't helping, I don't think people like Mercury would be trying to pull out.
Correct.
And I don't even think Museveni would have taken time and spend money under the stress now of hiring such a company. That's one. Another thing is we need all to stay together, and I think we've done a good job. Really, we have done a good job. There are people that have been dedicated. In our group, we have Joseph and a few other people that have been on here every single day.
Yes.
And believe me, we're seeing a lot of fruit. I'll give you an example. I think somebody already has said that these people, the government really knows, like the American people in power know what's going on. But I think nobody wants to be exposed. So if we push with our evidences, they get to listen. For example, my parents, my dad died and was attacked, right? On the funeral, we were attacked heavily a few months ago. So I called my representative and I requested him to call my senator.
Yes.
So the first thing the senator asked me was, did I have any evidences? And sure, I had pictures of my dad.
Right.
You know, we had men with guns and uniforms. And I think that he was sympathetic.
Yes.
He connected me to the secretary and, you know, he advised me to bring all the information. Few questions were asked. So I'm thinking, let's all try to do something every single day.
Yes.
Whenever I try to, you know, to sit back, you're giving him an extra day. You're giving Museveni an extra day to torture and kill.
Absolutely.
You know, and take advantage of the vulnerable. So thank you. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank those people. Like on our group, we have a lady from West Africa, Fatou. She's done it all.
We're gonna win. Museveni is gonna leave. Museveni will stop killing. So let's go on, people. Come join us 8 o'clock at night, every single night. We will win.
Yes, thank you so much. What I support what Olive said 100%. And in fact, it's one of the points that I also wanted to make, actually. One of my great activists, American activist, who also inspires me, was formerly known as Stokely Carmichael. He changed his name to Kwame Ture. So the late Kwame Ture used to say at every event he spoke, at the end he would say, organize, organize, organize. That is the key to liberation. So if you don't already belong to a group such as the one that Olive spoke about, you should join one. And if you don't find any that you could join, you should create one. And it does not matter whether it's just 2 of you initially or 3 of you. But there's so many Ugandans who really want to bring an end to this regime of lies, corruption, and tyranny. Why? Because as Ugandans, we know we can do much better for our country. In the 21st century, we cannot have a military regime running the country. How can you have a country where the armed forces paid by taxpayer money, you're paying their salary, and they come and they kidnap you in the middle of the street without you committing a crime? Just think about that. You could be at home with your family and they come and drag you away. Just think about that. We cannot tolerate this. We must do everything to end it. So join a group, join a chapter, or start one yourself. And Olive is completely right. The digital, sending the tweets, posting on Facebooks, all of that has impact. Why do you think Dictator Museveni shuts down Facebook? You think he just wakes up one day and says, oh, today I feel like shutting down Facebook and the internet? Of course not. He knows information is being disseminated digitally. So please pick up on what Olive said. One other point that Olive also made, which is very important. We should invite other Africans to join us at protests. So there was a protest by Ugandans outside the United Nations. Karim Tambi was there, Joseph Senyonja was there, and many others. But sisters and brothers from Chad were also protesting there. And they all came together. And now I have people from Chad who contact me sometimes asking me to know when is the next Ugandan protest so that they can be involved in as well. So we need to do that, reciprocate, which means we can also join in their protest, and that will encourage them to come to ours. Because at the end of the day, all of us are fighting against military regimes in Africa, and we want to end that.
Thank you. I think we are really running out of time, but let me allow 2 or 3 more people. Please be very precise. I will ask Paul. Paul, please, go on.
Thank you very much again for another opportunity. Mine goes to Helen. I thank her for her efforts. And because she's a writer, I would like to let her know, because we talked about the evidence. We now live in a digital world where people have mobile phones. For us, we use mobile phones as weapons.
Yes.
And we use the keyboard as our ammunition, and tweet and send this message as quick as possible. And also to Michael, obviously, to join you and say people power is our power. And also to let you know that actually Museveni is considered not to be Ugandan. He's been always accused of not being Ugandan. He's not Ugandan by descent. So constitutionally, he's been in power illegally. He's basically imposing himself on Ugandans. That's why he wants to sacrifice them and go and fight these proxy wars for other people who have vested interest in Uganda or in whatever regions they are. So he doesn't care. So all he cares for is create instabilities in areas around Uganda and also within Uganda. Like I've already talked about this, there's some information that we can use as evidence that the abducted children, youth, are being recruited using taxpayers' money to commit atrocities against fellow Ugandans. In a place called Mukono in Kampala, near Kampala, Mukono district. There is a video there on social media, which we have in archives, clearly indicating activities that if NUP were involved, because now, for example, the comrades whose names were mentioned earlier were just on a campaign trail on the 30th of December on a presidential campaign, including Bobiwine's AD, assistant. And their crime was to associate with Bobiwine and be helpful on his campaign. But surprisingly, on that day, they were rounded up, tied up by the military and the police, who is funded by the US government and European Union and all that, and taken to places like in detention without using the constitutional law, whereby if you've been suspected of doing something, you should be produced before court within 48 hours, as by the constitutional law of Uganda, and also should be placed in lawful gazetted areas, not illegal detentions. But 3 months later or more, then you get given another charge.
Paul, do you want us to respond to a question though? Because we're gonna run out of time.
Oh yeah, so sorry about that. I got carried away. I'm going to summarize by just saying that all our efforts, we should continue and increase the momentum at a steady pace where we're not going to stretch ourselves, but we should just be doing teamwork, doing group cells and work in team. And our main goal is to liberate Uganda and free and using our efforts as people power. Thank you very much for the opportunity again, and I look forward again to participating in another demonstration. And my last one, please, there is this lady called Margaret Stevens. She has a petition on her Twitter handle, and it's been going around. I encourage every Ugandan listening to this to find her on Twitter at Margaret44 and sign a petition. Actually, even Professor Almad has a petition that I've already signed. We should sign these petitions and take part in everything. Every little helps. Everything towards this revolution helps, but we should not stop. We just maintain momentum. Thank you very much.
Right. No, I mean, I agree with everything Paul said. There's not really much that I can add there, apart from he reinforced what Dr. Helen Hepstein said, which is to document everything, and indeed use your cell phone as your powerful weapon. The cell phone is becoming it has become much more powerful than the AK-47. Before, we could not match or resist because Museveni had all the AK-47s. But now when we train the cell phone and get these images, suddenly we become much more effective than the AK-47. So I support that documentation.
Thank you. Let me read out one statement from Martin Luther King Jr. And Michael Kirkpatrick, thanks for posting that. It goes, those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. Very powerful. We're really running out of time, and I'm gonna allow only one person. I'm gonna go for DTK. Can you unmute and talk to us very briefly, please?
I just want to speak a bit of Langi to Milton. For my tech, for all that you're doing, and you're such
Which means thank you very much.
You're just such inspirational to us. My question is there any plan of at least getting His Excellency out of the country to come and visit and just to get fresh air out of that environment? That's all. Thank you.
Well, I think Bobiwine obviously is very creative and very intelligent, and he knows when it is time to travel and when it is time not to travel. So I have no doubt at all that at the appropriate time, he would be visiting these places that he needs to visit. I have no doubt about that. And I agree with you. There will come a time when he should make these visits. He should go to some of the EU countries. He should go to Britain. He should go to South Africa. He should come here to the United States. And he knows what and when that time would be. And I think the regime is not in a position to prevent him from traveling or to prevent him from coming back to Uganda. And the regime knows that as well. So that is my response to that. But he is, because Museveni is a very good faker, you see? And that goes with his devious character. So he likes faking that everything is normal, while at the middle of the night, he's panicking, of course. Otherwise, he would not be hiring these public relations firms. So don't let the Museveni you see in the daytime, walking calmly and speaking calmly. That is not the real Museveni. That is the trickster, the devious part of Museveni. But the calculating Museveni knows that he's in deep trouble. So we should not be deceived. We should not remove our feet from the pedal, as Americans say. We should keep pressing. We should keep organizing. We should continue with all the activism we're involved in. Now, you just read a commentary from Dr. King, but I would also like to point out that it was JFK, John F. Kennedy, who said something which is actually common sense, and I'm sure nobody would disagree with it. And he said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. So at the end of the day, the ball is in dictator Museveni's court. Ugandans want change, and Ugandans will get change.
Thank you very much, Milton. I think now it's time to wrap up. Again, it was really a pleasure to have you in our meeting today.
My pleasure.
We learned, and I personally learned a lot. I'm gonna keep the fire burning, and I'm gonna spread out the message to my friends, my comrades, my local politicians, and everybody I know. And as in the words of Martin Luther King, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends.
Absolutely.
So at this time, we need to bring everybody. Nobody should be silent. Nobody should say, oh, that's Ugandan politics, I'm not involved. This is a time that everybody should work together for the good of democracy and human rights and peace. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, time can't allow us to go beyond this, but I'm pretty sure we shall link up again and have a great weekend. And
thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, and thanks
Remember,
all who
go
raised.
to the website, blackstarnews.com, and my email address is there. Anybody can get in touch with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can you post it in the chat room? That would be awesome for people who can't know what if it's okay.
For some reason, I'm stuck on direct on Rotterdam. I'm trying to get everyone.
Yeah. Just click on the name and then you choose anyone. I think it works.
I can't switch to everyone. Let me see, which one is yours? So let me post it to you and you can share it.
All right.
Is yours Rotterdam?
Yeah, I'm the Afro-Biner guy. Let me write you privately.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. We will have Henry. Henry, I think he's already there. He has been waiting, anticipating. Henry, are you there?
Yes, I am. I am Mr. Afro-Balaina.
Yes.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Afro-Balaina. Thank you so much, Dr. Al-Mahdi. Thank you for this brilliant time you've given us. And this goes straight to the previous speakers, special speakers that we've had today. We still have more, and I think we still have about 2 speakers or 1 speaker, and they will be coming in this section. People who came here and contributed, I thank you so much. And moderators who have been moderating since this section started, thank you so much. And this goes again to the organizers of this initiative. Thank you so much. And I want to let everyone know on this platform that this initiative here is, the real name for this initiative is called Uganda is Bleeding, I think. As far as I know, it's called Uganda is Bleeding. And this is a demonstration that goes on every Saturday, same time, I think 2 o'clock UK time. I wanna thank you so much what you guys are doing. I won't mention names, but maybe I can mention Mr. David, Dorcas, and all of you. I can't mention all of you. I know you're many who are behind this. And I want to let everyone know on this platform that this platform here, this initiative here, online demonstration every weekend on Saturday is here forever. I'm speaking this because I've had a chat with the organizers, with people who started this. And this is gonna be here until we see the Pearl of Africa again, until we have the Pearl of Africa in our hands as Ugandans again and friends of Uganda. It's not gonna end at any time until we liberate our country. So thank you so much. And of course, the protocol, the theme of this initiative, like always, is this initiative gives everyone, Ugandans, friends of Ugandans, 5 minutes to come on this platform and speak your mind about Uganda. And of course, there's also Twitter booming. And this is a way how we can, raise our voices, raise awareness, to be able, everyone in this world to know what is happening back in Uganda, and whoever can put a hand on liberating our country, on rescuing Ugandans from where it is now, comes in and share his mind. So right now, I'm gonna ask Mr. Afro-Balaina or Madame Dorcas, Comrade Dorcas, if there's any guest who is available right now. I'll start with calling the special guest to come in. I heard about Dr. Nico. Dr. Nico from Amsterdam. He was the one behind the U-Vote. And we thank you so much. We thank you. We thank your wife as well. We thank everyone who has been, who has put a hand on you vote. We thank you all. But if if Dr. Nico is around, please, the microphone is yours. Otherwise, if he's not around, we'll go on with the theme until we can get a guest. If Dr. Nico is not there, we can also get a guest who is ready. And people who are raising your hands, you'll be called and you'll be given a microphone to come out and speak your mind about what is happening back in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Yes,
After Balaina, yes.
Yes, Comrade Henry. Dr. Nico is in. If you could unmute him so that he could speak to the people.
Okay, great. I'll try to unmute Dr. Nico. There's so many names, and sorry, it's gonna take long because I have to go all the way and find Dr. Nico. Can you see Dr. Nico? Can you unmute him, please, Comrade Docus?
I'm trying to locate him. I don't know if he's in the, sorry.
Yeah, we just need to find the name that he's using, then of course we'll definitely unmute him and then
definitely Nico. I just
is that Ino? But it's Nico.
do you want to get somebody one of the hands while I find him?
Yeah, definitely. I'll start with iPhone. I'm gonna unmute you and you have 5 minutes to speak your mind. Please, I'm gonna unmute you. Ask unmute. Okay. iPhone.
Hello.
The microphone is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Amazing. I am so humbled to be on this, to get this platform right now to speak to so many brilliant people around us. I was on before when our honorable Dr. Helen Epstein, she was on and spoke about a lot of important stuff and gave us a lot of facts and data about what is the ongoing situation in Uganda. I really want to thank Dr. Milton, Black Star, like, wow, you're amazing. You have done a great job. Thank you. May all the ancestors give you more power to just continue your marvelous jobs for human rights and for humans. What my question was actually for Dr. Milton, that's why I raised my hand. That was more about the African Union. Is there anything to get from there? I feel like we know, all of us, we know that Museveni is a descendant or from Rwanda and got the opportunity to become great in Uganda. But unfortunately, he chose to wage or war and terror against the people that actually gave him a home and comfort. What my question is there somewhere we can get the African Union to also somewhat be a part of this? Because we see, okay, that's mostly maybe in Ghana, there's so much growth, there's so many things going on, and even in Rwanda, we know they have these non-human rights, it's not going good in Rwanda either, but some way, can we get the African Union to involve in this and just cut his allies? Because right now, he's only about the money. He's not even thinking about getting East Africa together. What he's doing is just showing things, but he is not uniting East Africa. He's actually, as Dr. Milton said, putting different type of time bombs in different type of East African countries. So that was my question mostly. But thank you so much. Thank you for this demonstration. People power, our power, and
our
we're
power.
continuing until I die, until we're free, until we're free.
Thank you.
And we will
Wow.
be.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Comrade Fiona. Thank you for using your time really well. And I don't know if Dr. Almadi is there to answer that question. If Dr. Almadi is there to answer that question, that would be so great. And I think, Comrade Dorcas, you're watching that. Is Dr. Almadi there to answer that?
General, I salute you. Thank you.
Otherwise, if Dr. Almadi is not on, Dr. Nico, I think is ready to grab the microphone and share with all the participants on this platform. And of course, this video will be going viral, will be shared on so many platforms. And then everyone gets to know what Ugandans are dying for, crying for. Thank you so much, Fiona. Fiona, actually, she's from Denmark chapter. And she's our assistant secretary in this chapter. Thank you so much, Fiona. And I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for loving Uganda. People power, our power, a blessing. So yes, Dr. Almadi, if you're there, you can answer that question maybe in like 2 minutes. Otherwise, we can go to Dr. Nico from Amsterdam. Comrade Dorcas, you can unmute any of the two, please.
Can you hear me? This is Nico.
Yes, Dr. Nico, you're so welcome, and we really appreciate that you spared time to be with us today. And the microphone is yours, and talk to Ugandans and friends of Uganda and everyone who is part of this platform tonight, today, this morning. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I can just tell you guys how happy I am with what we and you guys did today. I really think it was just amazing example of cooperation, given that we only decided doing this about a week ago. I think that the dictator, Museveni, is going to be very frightened about how well we are able to cooperate. The regime can't even cooperate little things. And we are just cooperating from Germany to the Netherlands, to the UK, to the US. And I was able to listen in to parts of the program, and it just sounded like really an amazing program. And what I also want to say is that 3 weeks ago, we were also demonstrating at Airtel. And I remember there were some NRM people joking about what we got paid. And so then I put on Twitter what we actually spent on that demonstration, which was like €100 for material that we bought. And that is something that the NRM just can't capture, that we all did this as volunteers, just because of love for the country. We just want to do this. And we know that whenever NRM organizes something, no one comes without being paid. I remember on one of the DORs that I was checking, that one of the NRM agents said, "No, I can't sign because I didn't get paid." This is what NRM is about. It's only about getting paid. And obviously, that's what the structure of the organization is. If the leader in charge of the NRM only thinks about money, then obviously all his disciples are only in it for the money. And so therefore it's so interesting to be part of an organization that is different. It's not about the money. most of us didn't get paid for work in the elections, also because we're an extremely poor organization. We all do this for love for the country, and I just found that amazing today, that all these people that were online present, and then the people from Germany also that traveled to Rotterdam to demonstrate. We were blessed with nice weather, relatively nice weather. I mean, we can't compete with Ugandan weather, obviously. And it was great. I really felt very, very happy about it. And it really showed that after the dictator has sworn himself in, that we are just moving forward and we are just continuing the struggle.
Wow, that sounds so great. And Dr. Nico, I just want you to drive through all our viewers today and those that will be seeing this video later on about what, like, how did the U-vote go, and then also I think you'll start with the demonstration. Or what was the about the demonstration that was happening in Rotterdam? In it's not Amsterdam, it's in Rotterdam, Netherlands. I can see you're driving just right from there. If you can just drive all our viewers or participants here about that demonstration. What was it about and how was it? Was it just Ugandans over there, or was it international? And why did you decide that this day should be the day that NUP, because you invited all of us. Some of us, we didn't manage to make it, but I'm sure there are so many people who came from different countries to come and join you in this demonstration. So what was it about? So like next time we have something like this in any other country here in diaspora, people can understand that this belongs to us and we can at least save some money and be part of that. And then after that, you can also drive us through the U-vote, the experience, and what encouragement, what can you give us as Ugandans and friends of Uganda next time something like this happens? How much should we involve ourselves, and challenges and stuff, and the good things about it as well. Thank you so much, Nico. And Dr. Nico, the microphone is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you. So the reason for having this demonstration at Eurovision is that Eurovision is a festival by European countries and some other white countries, Australia and Israel, about love and peace. And coincidentally, many of these countries are countries that are financially and militarily supporting Museveni. And already for a lot of time, we're trying to make these countries understand that they should stop it. The countries themselves are reputable countries. UK is the country with the oldest parliament in the world. France is also such an important country for democracy that had the first big revolution. So also partly a founder of democracy. And then Germany, also a very modern democratic country. And then the country where we're in, the Netherlands, also a firm democracy. How is it possible that these firm democracy do not allow Uganda to have a democracy? So we are continuously trying to address that issue. And when Eurovision was announced to be in Rotterdam, we saw a good possibility to put it on the map, especially because Eurovision is about music. And our main musicians are under house arrest or in jail. They're tortured. And here in Rotterdam, there are musicians that are able to sing whatever they want. No reason to be frightened, to be picked up. And so this seemed a challenge, an opportunity. And Rotterdam is 1 hour away from Amsterdam. So many of the Ugandan friends from Amsterdam have joined, but also from other parts of the Netherlands and from Germany. Some friends were from Cologne, which is like a 2.5 hour drive from Rotterdam. And that was just fantastic. We hope that now we're able to talk to more parties, and we'll just keep doing these kind of demonstrations to be more known about us. And we'll probably go by the ICC, because just on the way from Rotterdam to Amsterdam, we were passing The Hague, which, as you know, is the next residence of our dictator. So I think one of our plans is going to be to introduce him to his new neighbors. How about that? So we have a lot of plans. So that's about the demonstration. And then about YouVote. So
yes, Doctor. Doctor, thank you so much about the demonstration. I think everyone got that. I'm just gonna, before you go to YouVote, I just wanna ask Comrade Dorcas to look at Facebook and then also Zoom on our Zoom chat. And I'm requesting like people, if you have any questions for Dr. Nico, please, you can write in the chat or you can write on Facebook for those who are watching us on Facebook. I think I'm gonna take 3 questions and Dorcas, every question is legit, but because of time, we're gonna take 3 questions for Doctor. I think that's okay for you, Doctor. Is
yes.
that okay? And then I would like those questions to come in the chat, either on Zoom or on Facebook. And then Dorcas will send them to me, or I'll just call Dorcas to bring them on, whatever she's happy with. So please write your questions. We'll pick up 3 questions. The microphone back to you, Dr. Nicole. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so while you collect those questions, I will already start talking about the YouVote project a little bit. So
yes.
Originally, YouVote was announced as an app for the elections to get their information. But in the end, it turned out to be much more than that. Obviously, the app was important to get information in, but as we know, we also got a lot of declaration of results forms through WhatsApp. And then, which we didn't imagine to happen, we were faced with thousands and thousands of DOR forms that were not processed. So then we started building a team of volunteers to enter those into the system. And I'm very proud of those people that have contributed in that team. Many from the US, many from the UK, many from the Netherlands and Belgium. And what we found is what we expected to be finding: a lot of differences between the official DORs and the DORs that we collected. And an important one was the one for Nebi Anyang polling station. This is a polling station where Chigolanyi got 84 votes. But according to the tally sheets published by the corrupt Electoral Commission, there are only 8 votes. That is very suspicious, and it was flagged in our system after one of our volunteers entered that DOR into the system. And so then we started pushing on Twitter. And we, not just this one from Anyang polling station, but also other polling stations. And then the Electoral Commission got annoyed because they noticed they were getting a lot of bad publicity on Twitter. And they had the idea they could counter that by publishing the real DOR. And this shows that they're not just corrupt and they're not just bad people, but they're also incompetent. They really don't know how to handle things, right? I mean, it's not coincidental that Museveni has to hire a lobby firm in Washington. He's not even able to do his own lobbying. They're so really bad in lobbying themselves. So the Electoral Commission then published the supposedly real DOR, and that DOR didn't add up, which was directly noticed by some reputable scientists. And now I apologize, I have to start the car again because there are still some people that have to be brought home. So,
no problem, doctor.
No
problem, doctor. This is what the struggle is about.
Yes.
We have plenty of time. Yeah.
But we're doing it with love and affection. So
exactly. So we do.
So the DOR was found not to add up by some scientists. In this case, it was Nick Cheeseman, professor of democracy at the University of Birmingham. And his tweet got thousands of retweets and I think about 10 to 100,000 views. Then obviously our principal also announced what had happened, and the Electoral Commission was shown to be a total farce. And that was really an important moment. Obviously, we already knew about that. Well, we know that every institution in Uganda is corrupted. But now internationally it was shown. Even a South African newspaper published about this. And so this was really an important step to discredit the European Commission, sorry, the Electoral Commission. And then we wanted, our principal came with the announcement of 54.90% of the votes that they have counted in the DORs that are in Kampala. Many of those DORs, we have them as well. And so we haven't been able to do exactly the same calculation, but we think it is approximately correct. So if the principal is already announcing the number, we don't have to correct his calculation. So what we started to focus on more is on documenting the frauds. And that documentation consisted of 3 important parts. So the first one was the differences between our DORs and the official announced DORs, and I already gave you the example. The next one was to prove the ballot box stuffing that happened in Western Uganda. And basically, in Western Uganda, there were no elections taking place.
Yeah.
In Museveni's own polling station, there were more votes than registered voters. The journalist Daniel Lutoya, I hope I pronounced his name right, he had a number of friends that were colleague journalists that were going to various polling stations, to the polling station of Bobiwine and to the polling station of Museveni. And that polling station was called Kirahura, High School. And he saw the DOR, and the DOR contained 0 votes for Bobiwine, 0 votes for all the candidates, and 776 votes for Museveni. He
Wow.
posted it on Twitter.
Yeah.
And then people on Twitter realized that there weren't even that many registered voters in that polling station. So
Great.
the fraud was just discovered in his very own polling station. Now, obviously, this was something that they didn't want to accept. So 1 hour later, or even earlier, this journalist was picked up by security forces.
Yeah.
Disappeared for 2 days.
Yeah. It's so sad,
he,
Doctor. It's so sad. And then the bottom line is we actually won. Ugandans won the victory. And we are here to fight for that victory. And right now, with what is happening, like being that the dictator has sworn in, the struggle has to go on because the victory belongs to us. It will only belong to him if we try to sit back. But Dr. Nico, there's a question that was raised here. You've been involved on the internet, like involving people to get on the internet, to try so much Twitter and blah, blah, blah. Like so many things that we have to do because we all advocate for human rights. And we as NUP members, like you, what you believe in, I believe in, and so many people on this platform, we don't want to see any blood in our hands. President Museveni, of course, he has blood in his hands. That's how we captured power. But right now we advocate for like peaceful change of power in Uganda. And of course, we have not seen it yet, but again, we can't just sit back and look at it. So in 2 minutes, what message can you give all the people, the friends of Ugandans in diaspora, back in Uganda, Ugandans all over? What can they do on the internet? Because some of them, they hear about Twitter, but they don't know exactly how Twitter works. They don't, like what, in just 1.5 minutes, please, what can you, and you're a very good inspiration because you didn't just preach, you're white, but you're with us, so we really, really appreciate and just try to encourage Ugandans all over the world to be part of this. What information can you give them?
Yes. What I can say is that we have to look in the enormous qualities in our community. When we were starting YouVote, I discovered all the programming qualities and design qualities. And now we're doing this today. I'm discovering all the people that were organizing this. And so, for example, I want to especially mention Dorcas for what she has done, and David and all the moderators. And I didn't even know about all these people, that they had all these qualities. And what I'm finding out is that if we combine our qualities, we can be such a strong team. And we all have our qualities. For example, I'm not a very good designer, but I do program. And and for those people that want to contribute, for example, with social media, I totally understand what you're saying. Ask for some people that are a bit more experienced if you can join one of the noob groups. So at this moment, we have people that are very active on Twitter. So those people should contact Joshua Salongo or Efra Berliner, and they can join a group and we teach each other. For example, I have created with some people a Wikipedia group, and we are looking that Wikipedia has the right information, and then, for example, we are looking for people that can help with broadcasts like this one.
Yeah.
So I have to apologize. I'm also going to get some gas.
No problem.
So there are so many qualities, and if we combine those the qualities of the people, we can be extremely powerful. So that is my response.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much for your information, for your submission, for loving Uganda, and of course, for fighting with us. We thank you so much, and everyone in the car, or who was in the car, tell them we thank them so much. And Amsterdam and everyone who was on this protest, we thank them so much. You've inspired us. We are looking at something that could be like of the same kind, and then we can also invite you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I say people power, our
power.
And I'm giving you to Susan also because they're referring to the people in the car. So
Okay, hello, people.
All right.
We are ready.
Our power, Susan. Susan, she's actually our vice. She's our vice president in diaspora. Thank you so much, Susan, for the organizing.
Thank you,
Hi.
everybody, for a great job.
I'm sure everyone will be waving, but they're muted. But we love you, Susan, and we follow you. We love what you're doing.
Everybody.
Thank you for your resilience and everything. It's such a phenomenal job that you guys are doing behind there. Thank you.
Thank you too. Bye.
Great. Okay. So great. I'm gonna now. What we are going to do right now. I don't know how much time we are left with, but of course, Dorcas can always tell us how much time we are left with. If it's not much, maybe we'll ask to add us a few minutes so we can also get some, like we can get a few people to speak their mind about what is happening in Uganda. We'll start with Ronald. If you can unmute Ronald, his hand is up. Please, the microphone is yours, Ronald. They'll unmute you, then you can accept, and then you can say 1 or 2 words. You've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to speak your mind. Thank you, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. I actually had a question for Dr. Nico. I don't know if he's gone. And maybe someone else from his chapter or anyone else could answer that, because it's very specific to the Netherlands. I mean, he mentioned that they're driving past the
Mr. Ronald, which chapter are you from?
I'm based in the UK.
You're based in the UK.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So the question I have, he mentioned that he passed Den Haag. I'm assuming, I'm speculating that he was referring to the ICC, which is the International Criminal Court. So I wanted to understand, or if you could give it some sort of understanding as to what the official position of the Netherlands government is vis-a-vis the specifically the crimes against humanity that are being committed right now. I mean, we don't even have to use the word alleged. It's in the public domain, and there have been admissions in Parliament and on the record. So, with that background, and given the reputation of Holland as the seat of the International Criminal Court, it's a very sort of reasonably democratic system. What is their official position? What is the explanation for the sort of support they gave specifically in the face of the crimes against humanity? That's number one. Number two, and why has the regime been very successful in terms of having a very good ear in Holland? Is it to do with any sort of lobbyists? And how can that message be pierced through? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald. Those are really great questions, and I don't know if Dr. Nico is still there, but that would be great if he can come and answer this. But Mr. Ronald, I'll just tell you that this struggle belongs to us. In Uganda, what is happening there? It's more like Museveni is not different from Pablo Escobar, though they are dealing different businesses. But this is another Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar was also dealing with so many politicians in different countries. And when it comes to UN and everything, I mean, there's a lot of politics in it. But again, what we have to do is to raise our voices to be involved in this kind of, I'm not actually answering, I'm just telling you my view. But of course, if Doctor is there, he can answer this. Otherwise, all I can tell you, we just need to come together, join this kind of platforms, initiatives. There's Twitter bombing everywhere. Like we have in Germany, they have a working team. In America, they have a very strong working team. Uganda is Bleeding platform, the one we are on right now. It has a Twitter bombing a section every Saturday. So if you can all engage in these demonstrations, write to these people, the whole world will know, because we are not writing to these politicians. Yes, we are writing to them, but we actually have to follow up on the messages that we give them. So like our people, I live in Denmark, but again, when I write to the minister or my crew, committee, or like the people here, peace lovers in Denmark, they are definitely, we are definitely going to do something that can let even people in Denmark, the locals in Denmark, understand that their taxes that they are paying is actually going in Uganda to support all the evil things that are happening. So I think I would just encourage you that we should just keep being part of these platforms, these initiatives, and of course we also welcome anyone with an initiative. We welcome them. Please bring the initiatives, and then so long as they can one day, or they line with our goal of liberating our country, definitely we'll be welcoming them. And your leaders, talk to your leaders, tell them, and then we will engage ourselves all over diaspora and Uganda as well. And then we can push the initiative, and then we can all pile ourselves on that and see how we can build it to liberate our country. But of course, if Dr. Nico is there, he can answer your question. Otherwise, I can also ask someone else. If you have anything you want to add on, please put your hand up. I'll put you on the platform. Or if Dr. Nico, you're there to answer Mr. Ronald, that would be so great. Otherwise, if there's no one at the moment, we have Mr. Joseph, all the way from America, New York. He's gonna come in, and then we can go for Twitter bombing. And please, everyone, participate in this. And if David is there, he's very good at encouraging, and then he will tell you more about Twitter bombing. So, Comrade Dorcas, are you there?
Hi, comrade. Yes, I think we have Joseph on the chat room. He should be coming in next.
Okay.
Makes
What
more
about?
sense for the session.
I am here. You see me?
Oh, thank you, Joseph.
Yes, you're so welcome, Dr. Comrade Joseph. Thank you so much for the amazing job, phenomenal job that you're doing with the working team. Every day it's not easy. You're doing it like thrice a day, in the night and in the day. Thank you so much. We are following you. You inspire us, and some of us, you might be the reason why we keep pushing. Thank you so much. I'm gonna give you the microphone. Introduce yourself to the viewers, and the microphone is yours, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henry Chitimbo. You're very inspiring, you're very passionate, and you've been pushing this struggle for so long, and you are an inspiration also to me and to many others. Thank you very much, everyone, for this making it today. We've had a great day. I have to thank our organizers, Doctors and David and Mr. Balena, and the German team and the Netherlands team for a great job at the Euro Festival. I think it's been great. So my role today now is to basically, as Mr. Timbo mentioned, I do some Twitter bombs, but since I'm also, this is the last hour, I want to kind of like wrap up very quickly what we had today. So I'll start with Dr. Lena, who basically reassured us that yes, we did win that election and that NUP won everywhere, and that we're going to reclaim our victory. We are not going to go for a narrative of work with Museveni because it's an illegitimate president. So that was very inspiring. Dr. Lena, as usual, she was excellent. And then we had Mr. Dudley from Venezuela, who told us that this is a marathon, not a sprint. So don't get dispirited. The fact that this guy was soaring, it does take time. We just need to continue engaging and reaching out to our representatives, senators, writing letters, protesting. They have a lot of things on their plates. There's protests, conflicts all over the world, Myanmar, Eritrea, different places. So we need to keep it up. Venezuela has had some movement. Their president, Maduro, is it Maduro? Candidate, not Maduro, the other one, I forget his name now, was recognized as the government in waiting. So the regime was not recognized by the West. So we potentially have that for us. And then Dr. Helen Hopstein basically just went over Museveni's role in a region and how the US has supported him throughout many different regimes, Republican and Democrat. And we basically have our work cut out for us, but it's just about continuing to engage, using whatever opportunity we have. Sorry. Oh, guys, sorry. I have to read something.
Okay. Joseph, it was me. I just highlighted you.
You highlighted me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So using every opportunity we have to reach out and engage. So that's one way we can go. And then Dr. Alimadi really made a very important submission. Again, an excellent one, saying that Museveni swearing in didn't make him a legitimate president. The US came out and said the election was neither free nor fair, that we should pivot off that and say, if the election was not free and fair, why are you working with an illegitimate president? That we should, this should not be business as usual. We should protest any opportunity we get, go to embassies and make our voices heard. And then also called for African solidarity. Let's get our friends in different African countries. Let's protest with them. We are all in a lot of countries like Chad, Cameroon, us and Guineas, they're fighting dictatorships. Like we should kind of coalesce and fight, help each other out. If they're having protests in Chad, let's work together. So that we can go further as a united voice against these dictatorships in Africa. So that was really great. And then of course we've had Dr. Nico, who told us about the disparities with the U-vote. Of course, he gave us a little bit of an update on the Eurovision protest, which was very good. A lot of good turnout from people in Germany, and he was very happy about the outcome. And a little summary of the U-vote, disparities, and how basically Museveni reached, especially in Western Uganda, I mean everywhere basically, but that in Western Uganda there's no voting. So basically, that is a bit of what was transpired today. I'm sure I missed something because I actually came in maybe half an hour later. But in any case, now this is our goal today. Mostly tweet a Twitter bomb, as I was asked to do. But before that, there was an idea of oil. Mr. Alimadi, Dr. Alimadi mentioned oil, the oil pipeline, and as we know that oil is a big elephant in the room. Museveni is going to use the oil to entrench himself further. Everyone knows the refers to it as its oil. And it so happens that there is a big shareholders meeting for Total and Standard Bank. Standard Bank is the biggest bank right now that is still remaining. Some banks have pulled out. But Standard Bank of South Africa is one of the, I think, still on board. And their shareholders are having meetings the 26th and the 27th. So I was sent an email because I've been tweeting about this a bit, and this email has some information about how we can engage the Total and Standard Bank shareholders to basically push pressure on them to withdraw or at least reconsider this whole project. So I'm gonna share the links with you, and just please save them so you can know how to participate. There's a Twitter. They're gonna have a Twitter campaign on the day of, and they're gonna have a selfie wall and the calendar. All the instructions are there, and they're really quite good. So I'm just gonna put those links there before we start our Twitter. I think I shared them already.
Dr. Joseph, just to let all the viewers on this platform know, and everyone who is on who is watching everything on Facebook, on different platforms, because it's being circulated on different platforms on Facebook. Please grab your phones or your computers. If you have Twitter, please, when Dr. Joseph is speaking, grab your computer, go to your Twitter, and then follow up, and then tweet, retweet, and do this, please. Yes, the microphone is yours, sir, again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chitim. I'm not a doctor, but thank you for that, for that, Monica. All right, so thank you so much. So I just shared some, please, I put some links in a chat for that Twitter, basically the Total and Standard Bank campaign. These are mostly international organizations that are organizing this, a whole bunch of environmental organizations that are involved. So just a little background on the Total. So this is very important for us to get engaged in because one, France is frustrating the European Union's resolution for sanctions in Uganda because of Total, because they have this oil business with Museveni. And so they're saying, well, we can't put sanctions on him. So once you are kind of fighting against this Total, you're basically doing two things. One, kind of getting back at France, and two, also obviously Museveni, because Museveni is going to use this to entrench themselves. But beyond that, the effects, as you know, Museveni doesn't really care so much about the people. So a lot of people have been dislocated. They say about up to 12,000 people are going to be displaced. A lot of them have already been displaced. They can't bury their dead. They can't farm. They can't do. They promised them compensation. Most of them have not been compensated, and those ones that have been compensated have been given like peanuts, right? So the pipeline was, the deal was signed in Uganda and was signed in Tanzania, I think yesterday or the day before. But the banking, a lot of banks have pulled out, and without the financing, it may not go forward. But the most important thing for us also is that the effects on the people have not been addressed. People who are being relocated is going through the Lake Victoria Basin, over which 40 million East Africans depend for livelihoods. A lot of environmental effects that have not been addressed because the government in Uganda really doesn't, it just wants to get all that stuff pushed through as quickly as possible. So those issues ought to be addressed. So we're not against investment or anything like that. It's just that in our case, this is not serving us. The oil deals are very secretive. We don't know who owns what. We don't know the shares. And so chances are that Ugandans, an ordinary Ugandan is not going to benefit from this oil. And plus it's going to entrench the dictator much further. So that is why it's important for us to get engaged in that campaign. I put the links there. With that said, we're gonna do a Twitter bomb. And it's gonna take, I'm gonna share a video first. And this is very important. This video came out, yesterday, no, the 20th, 20th, today is the 22nd, yeah. It came out the 20th. It's about what happened on the campaign trail. It's about 20 minutes, and but that's what we're gonna tweet actually. I have a tweet already on it, so we'll tweet it. But it's very important because we're tweeting it to very influential people. And it helps us with our narrative that, how are you still dealing with this kind of regime that does this to journalists, right? Obviously, it's much more than journalists, but when you're talking with media companies like New York Times, BBC, you kind of like, this will get their attention. So, all right, so let me share right now. So what I do is I'm gonna put the Twitter, oh, sorry, let me first share the video. Okay. And then we'll tweet, but first watch the video, which is, okay. I'm gonna scroll down to it, sorry for that. It's gonna take a couple minutes. Okay, so here I'm gonna share the video. Am I sharing my screen? Okay. Okay. Make sure I share the sound. Okay.
I was pepper spray. I was beaten.
Pointed it at me. Very many journalists were beaten. Caned. We shall beat you for your own sake.
They're going to be beaten and many will probably be killed.
Just live bullets flying. None of us was sure we were going to survive. I strongly believe it was a target. I strongly believe it was a target. I strongly believe it was a target.
The two main candidates for the Ugandan presidency.
Today we look ahead to January the 14th and Uganda's presidential election.
The government faces protests and widespread condemnation.
The new face of Uganda's opposition.
I was assigned to join the campaign trail of the National Unity Platform flag bearer, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu.
From start, we just knew we were heading for the worst, because as he was moving from Kampala, moving through Luweero, going to Arua, I just imagine it's not going to be like the normal campaigns. It wasn't business as usual.
I joined the trail 2 days after it had started. We found the team had already left Lira and Gulu, so they were coming towards Teso sub-region, and particularly we found them in Katakwi. The first thing that welcomed me and my camera person was a canister, tear gas canister, thrown right at our car that we were just leaving. It's a public car, and the tear gas canister landed right there, and we had to scamper for our own safety.
The sounds of tear gas, the sounds of the bullets. It was my first time coming across this explosive. Is it called the sound bomb? That was really something that scared me for the months, 2.5 months that I was on the campaign trail.
There was no single day we did not inhale tear gas. There was no single day I did not hear a bullet. There's no single day I did not hear a tear gas canister. After a couple of days, we came to Luka, and that's one of the days that still stuck in my mind. I saw a real confrontation and brutality.
During that operation, I realized being a journalist on the trail of the National Unity Platform was really a tough one.
I mean, yes, they wanted to arrest the politician, who is Bobiwine, and so they did. For you to have a camera just pointed at a police officer was a big crime on that day. The journalists who were holding cameras were directly attacked.
That day, that's when Kasiri, our colleague Kasiri, was first hurt. You know, he was moving on top of one of the vehicles there, and the field force guy grabbed him, pulled him down, and used the pepper spray into his eyes.
My eyes were already irritating. So I told all of them that I'm a journalist. You guys should stop irritating me. I'm a journalist. So one of them was like, no, you should calm down, this and that, you should calm down, you should not cover this. Then another one came and started stabbing me in the stomach. At that time I was holding myself on the vehicle with this hand, while this one was holding my phone. So one other guy, one of the bodyguards said, Ashraf, give me that phone, you can't hold it anymore. I gave him the phone. I started holding, I continued holding myself on the vehicle. Then another one came and started, we are opening my mouth by force. I continued tying it, is that right? Tying it right, as in something like that. So, but the guy was so strong. He opened it and another person came and sprayed tear gas into my mouth. So by that time I couldn't understand anything. So the guy was like, when sprayed in my mouth, I locked up my what's that? This thing.
Your throat.
Yeah, I so that I don't swallow the stuff. But someone was hitting me in the stomach. Hard until I opened my throat and I swallowed the stuff. By that time I couldn't understand anything. By that time I think. I thought something was eating up my intestines. And by that time the police officers left me and I pulled off this what is it called?
Helmet.
Yes, thank you. I pulled it off and threw it away and someone carried me. Yeah. Some guy took me in one of the hospitals that was there. They tried to take care of me, but of course it wasn't possible because there were no hospital. There were no what's that? There were no medicines, and some other guy called Sempebwa came and brought his car, and they brought me to Jinja. So the doctors were like, these guys had taken you to what's that called? Cells? If these guys had arrested you after doing all this to you and taken you to the cells, you wouldn't have survived from there.
On 27th December 2020, Kyagulanyi had just finished church from Chitovu Cathedral. We're going to Gomba district. Unfortunately, when we were just exiting Masaka town, there was a very big roadblock involving the police, the army. So the deployment was really heavy and the roadblock was very huge.
Yes, Dr. Joseph.
We held our cameras, everyone put on their bulletproof vests, written on well-branded press. Everyone held anything that could identify them as journalists. So because we knew that was a time when police would not be very, very quick to identify who a journalist is from the common people. And so you needed something that would put you, would identify you easily.
Ashraf was live streaming all the events that would happen to Kyagulanyi. Unfortunately, on that day, Ashraf was hit. Up to now, I don't understand whether it was a rubber bullet or it was a tear gas canister, but really it was traumatizing for me. That was my worst experience.
I saw with my eyes Enoch Abaini stretching his hand with a tear gas, either a tear gas canister or a bullet, a rubber bullet, stretched his hand and aimed at Ashraf from close range, hit him on the head.
Thank you so much. Are you there? Comrade Joseph?
Ashraf was bleeding seriously. Everybody was crying. They thought he had died. But when they brought Ashraf near us, they were crying because we needed to take him to the hospital. Majority of our colleagues didn't know the main hospital, so I told them, guys, don't cry. Ashraf is still alive.
They carried Ashraf as they were coming, tear gas intensified. They tried to put him into a police car that was waiting by. Police refused to drive the car to take him to hospital. They tried to put him into another car. I don't know whether it was a private car or what. They refused to drive it away. So the only option they had was to bring him to the car that we were using. That was the NTV car.
We rushed to Masaka District Hospital. Actually, it's a referral hospital. We took Ashraf to hospital, but along the way, he was just bleeding. You could see someone losing life in a blink of an eye, and that was, I don't know what was giving me the courage, but deep down, I believed Ashraf is going to make it. God was great. We reached Masaka Hospital. The medical attendants gave us attention because we had a branded car, so they knew we were just saving lives. We were not into the political chaos and all that. Okay. They attended to Ashraf, and later Bobiwine had to suspend his campaigns to attend to Ashraf because Ashraf was just at the top of his car.
Mr.
Yes.
Yes. So I couldn't hear you. What were you saying?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So it means had the target missed Ashraf, possibly it could have been Honorable Chagulanyi. So I'm very happy that God gave Ashraf a second chance.
Maybe we can, yes, if you can share these videos with all the leaders, then we can just put these videos all over the chapters. And then also, I think all the chapter leaders on this platform, so if you can share them, that would be so great. That would be so great. Then for, to catch up with time, if you can lead us to Twitter Boom.
Yeah, I actually had only this one and one more, but that's why I wanted people to see it. But anyway, let me share it then. All right.
Please share this with us, and
let me share the Twitter, because I wanted people to get an idea what the video is about. But I guess that's good enough. Let me share that.
Is it just one or?
Yeah, it was only it wasn't a lot. It was just like 2. But that's okay.
Could you share this with some leaders? You have my number. I'll share it with all the leaders in all the chapters. Then like people can get a picture of what you were showing.
Okay, so that is a very powerful video. If you get a chance to
really,
it's about 20 minutes, a little bit over 25 minutes. But let me share that. So I tweeted it twice. Let me share the Rush Street. Okay. Yeah. So the key thing in there is that we have this guy called Enoch Abaine who shoots directly at the journalist and shouting collateral damage. He shoots at him, say collateral damage. He's saying basically that's what we're gonna say. If you're dead, they're gonna say you are collateral damage. We didn't get to that point in the video, but I wanted everyone to see that. But this guy, Enoch Abaine, is, I think, the RPC of, I don't know, Masaka or whatever. He was shooting at journalists and said, oh, collateral damage. And he shot twice. It aimed at him twice and whatever. So it's really, so some of the key and then persons are mentioned in that. So let me share this link. And what you do is share it and then you click on it and you do something with it. Either like it or retweet it or comment on it. All right, so let me share one more. And then on that same video, I said Magnitsky Act sanctions, because a couple of people mentioned the Magnitsky Acts, that we need to have these Magnitsky sanctions implemented. So I attached the same video and I said Magnitsky Act sanctions on Uganda regime human rights abusers are long overdue. And I tagged all these people. So I'm going to share that one because it's about the same exact video. So those two are about the same video. So you can like and comment. And then one more. I didn't want to spend too much time on this Twitter bomb because I know people have been here for a long time. So I wanted to share this other one. Oh, actually, this one I'm not going to you can watch it on your own time, but this is a video of women crying. Just a couple of days before Museveni was sworn in, they abducted 170 youth. They told them, to come to a place called Whisper. They were gonna give them money, and apparently Muhoozi Kainerugaba and what's his name, Abel Kandiho, who heads the CMI, called these people, 170 of them, and they said, "Oh, come and we're gonna facilitate you, whatever." And once they got there and they were all inside the hall, they got abducted, and no one knows where they are. These women went to all these police stations, say, "Hey, give us our people," and the police said, "Well, we don't, Bell Kandiho and Muhoozi are responsible. We don't know anything about them." So it's a very heartbreaking video. It's mostly in Uganda, but I kind of like translated it in this petition. But the emotions, the pain, you can see the pain, when you watch that video. So like, for instance, if you're sending it to any place where they have Ugandans, I'm sure they can get someone to translate it, but just the pain communicates. You don't have to understand the language. You see the kind of pain these women are going through. And it's a very clear video. So I'm just gonna share that so you can, hopefully get to watch it on your on time. And I mentioned Abel Kandiho and Muhoozi, commander of the Special Forces Command, are responsible. And then I tag all these people because we want them to know what's happening, and expose the people that are doing all these things. So that is what this is. I'm gonna share that, and that's basically. Oh yeah, I know one more tweet I'm gonna share. Control V, one more tweet, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, one more tweet. Did I do it? I guess I didn't do it. Okay, so yes. So the last tweet I'm gonna share is about ECOP, the East African Pipeline. It has those links I shared in the chat earlier. The tweet says ECOP is set to displace about 12,000 families, degrade Lake Victoria Basin, rivers and wetlands, and take up a chunk of Murchison Falls National Park in Uganda and other game reserves in Tanzania. Fight back, and then it has the different activities that are happening next week. These are international organizations that are doing this. It's a huge international effort targeting the shareholders of Total and Standard Bank. So basically the idea is to get them to reconsider. This link tells you exactly what to do and how to register and to be part of it. And I think it's gonna be very, very powerful. It's gonna be similar to what we are doing, but it's actually, like these people seem to be like really professionals. They've done this quite a bit. So let me share it. And that will be my last tweet I didn't to share today. And so that is, so I shared like 3 tweets in the chat. And please work with those. And then if you have any questions, please go ahead. So, but that's all with the tweets I'm sharing today. I have a lot more, but I decided to share only those. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joseph, and all the participants on this platform. Thank you so much for being part of this. This is the only way we can fight. We don't need blood in our hands. We can liberate our country. We can rescue the Pearl of Africa again without blood in our hands. And this is the only way we can go. Yes, sometimes it feels like it's not much, but when you see the fruits bearing from what we do, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, Mr. Chichimbo, may I add something to what I was just saying? So
yes,
this
sir.
Stop ECOP, the links that I just shared are part of this email I got, and let me kind of share. They say, okay, next week, both Total and Standard Bank are holding their annual shareholder meetings. This is an opportunity to send their shareholders a message they cannot ignore. We've got 3 quick and easy actions you can take to show opposition to the East African crude oil pipeline. 1, a selfie wall. At your first, the Stop ECOP selfie wall, and we'll do our best to make sure it's seen by shareholders ahead of meetings. You can do this right here. So let me click and you get an idea of what it looks like. So this is what a selfie wall looks like. You can hold like a placard like this. Stop ECOP. We cannot eat coal. We cannot drink oil. You know, like kind of and then it gives you directions on how to do it. You know, make a sign that's read Stop ECOP. Take a selfie with your sign and upload it to this page. On the days of the annual general meetings, join us on a 2-day Twitter storm. So they're going to have a 2-day Twitter storm on the 26th and 27th. And they already kind of have the tweets composed for you. So you don't even have to do anything. So this is how you upload your photo, you put your name. Again, those links I put in the tweet should have all this information for you. You upload your photo and you have that. So now that's the first part. The second part is a calendar jam. So help us fill the calendars of top finance and investment executives with messages urging shareholders not to vote for Total's bogus climate plan. So here, this is how you do it. So you basically have, I guess, a Google Calendar, and it goes to these executives. They say, you kind of just write, Stop ECOP for people, for nature, for climate. You know, they have directions of exactly on how to do it. So those links will give you how to do it. You know, they have all the directions. So once you click on those links in that tweet, you should be able to see how that is done. And then the last thing is the Twitter storm. And it says, if you are on Twitter, join us on a posting bliss. Simply post tweets including Stop ECOP hashtag. Stop ECOP is a hashtag they're using, tagging Standard Bank South Africa on the 27th of May and Total on the 28th of May. So Standard Bank South Africa is a bank that is, I guess, the only major bank that is still remaining as a financier. And Total, of course, is the company that is doing this pipeline. And so they have the 2 tweets. They have tweets here kind of already, what do you call it? They have already composed the tweets for you. So you just have to copy them and paste them on those 2 days, the 27th and the 28th. The first one is for Standard Bank. The second one is for Total. So I think the details of the times and everything will be on this, will be somewhere there. And so, yeah. And then, you know, you can invite your friends. So that is the information that is in those links that I shared with you guys and ladies. So that's it, Mr. Chitimbo. And that is all for me in terms of sharing the tweets. I just want to make it quick and easy. And again, thanks everyone for coming. We, as everyone has mentioned, we have to continue the activism. This is our way we can do it. We don't have to be, we're not on the streets, we're not in Uganda, but we can reach out to these policymakers, and tweeting is one way to actually have an impact. And there have been some results. The Mama Wars was one of them. They were cancelled because of a lot of backlash. Then there was the German congratulatory message, which was withdrawn because of some of our friends like Franzia Mayanja kind of had like this Twitter army, you know, kind of bombarding them with messages. And so tweeting is very important. And for those of us that are, you know, again, as someone mentioned, we need to reach out to our representatives, writing letters. For us in the United States, we do this every day, 7 days a week. We have a small group that, without fail, meets every week, every day to send out messages to our senators or representatives. We have a script we developed, and we send it, and then we tweet. And every day there is a story, something new. So we encourage everyone to, as someone said, at least tweet once a day. You know, if you know, and if you can people out of a group, like for us in the US, please join a group, or even if it's just a couple of your friends, please do something. Look at what's happening, expose it, tweet, reach out. This is how we can participate. So thank you so much for everyone for this great opportunity.
Great.
And have a great rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. And before you leave, I don't know if there's any questions for you. We'll take about 2 questions, and let these questions be about tweeting, and of course, everything that you've said. Anyone can raise a question in what you've said. But also, Mr. Joseph, I understand very well that not so many people are so familiar with tweeting or online demonstration, because even tweeting, that's demonstration. It's a demonstration. So like, and you're not taking part in just just tweeting. There are also, like, you're writing letters to representatives in various states in USA. And I believe that there are so many people here from different places in the diaspora, and maybe you can drive them a little bit about how to, like, the reason why you write to these people, because you tweet, you go to their handles, and then you inform them, but you don't just end there. You have like lunch hour. I've been following all the activities that you're leading, Mr. Joseph, in the States. During lunch hour, you write to these representatives, actually, to the senators and all that. We have representatives everywhere in the diaspora, like ministers, we have MPs. Can you just, just try to, encourage people about this fight, about this struggle? Like, how can we do it? Like, I mean, besides just Twitter, but of course, encourage them to be on Twitter as well. And Mr. Joseph, I think we also need to have some sections where you as professionals, Dockers, you and so many people on this platform, and those who are not on this platform, who are so familiar with Twitter, very good with this online demonstration. We need to come up with lessons, a course where we can offer, Ugandans and people who want to be very active in this struggle. We need to teach them how to fight on media. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I saw Mr. Mayanja earlier. I wonder if he's still here. Because he apparently has a Twitter storm where you can educate a lot of people. But anyway, so let me go over. Yes, so how do we do this? What do we do? I mentioned it a bit in passing, that it's very important so that, like in any democracy, there are like three main branches of government, right? There is a judiciary, there is the executive, and the legislature, right? So through tweeting, we are likely targeting both the executive and the legislature, but mostly, but for the legislature, it's more, can I call it, more effective to write to them, to write to them, because they listen to their constituents. Like if they hear a lot of voices from their constituents saying, hey, can you look at this issue? They're more likely to listen because these constituents are the ones that vote for them, or they're the ones that can mobilize their constituents to vote for them. So the writing and sending script to your representative, whether it's a member of parliament or senator in the United States or House of Representatives, is very important. That's a direct way to reach out to them. Someone mentioned that in the US during the summer, the representatives on break, so that we should go for town houses, kind of go to the meetings and just engage them. So it's very important to engage. But in the US, I have a script and actually developed a script for US and also for Europe. Let me share my screen for a second and show you exactly what it looks like. See, okay. So So, for instance, we have a Canada Europe and Canada script, which I think it's better that if anyone is interested, reach out to your chapter members, and we share with you the Google link. It has a script, which basically all you have to do is to copy it, put in the name of the member of parliament, your name, and where you stay and live, and then copy it and paste it into their email and send it. It's like a 2 minute, and you can read it. Basically, it has evidence of. It says, okay, just to summarize, this is after Museveni was sworn in. He said General Museveni swore himself in May 12 for another 5 years, but majority of Ugandans consider him an illegitimate president because they voted for change on January 14, 2021. And then it says Mr. Kyagulanyi was the winner by 54.1.9% to 34.8%. It says it mentioned that the United States Secretary of State declared that the election was neither free and fair. And then it has a U-vote report, showing the evidence of the fact that this thing was rigged. And then it has some of the, and then it mentions that there's some of the atrocities that happened documented into the State Department. U.S. State Department is like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, came up with a big report at the end of the 2020 Human Rights Report in Uganda. And then it says that since then, the scale of human rights abuses has gotten much worse. People are being abducted every day, and this and that and whatever. And then it mentions also that the European Union passed a resolution, which is a pending resolution, and then all that. So then and then it ends up with what the things what we need to see happen. Asking for Magnitsky sanctions. Stopping military assistance, call for a fact-finding mission, and all these different things. So this is a script we have. I think it's best that I share it through the chapter leaders, because we don't know we need to make sure it goes into the right hands. But we do have a script which you can follow for Europe and Canada, basically because they're both parliamentary systems. And for the US, we have a script also, and we have both a call script and also an email script, and very specific to the US. And in the US, we also have the senators